You're my superstar.
6 months, let's go.
Down in the twilight, after sifting through faded memories, know our places for what is worthless, evanescent.
Chat, there's no way you've been with me for 6 months already. Chat, I love you. Thank you for the 6 months.
Come and save us, catch us before we fall.
Please, sir, might we have 1 crumb of MSQ? 1 crumb, sir, please. My emotional vampirism. It's fading. I'm fading fast. I need 1 crumb of MSQ, please. Maybe. It depends on how much Eden hurts me. Okay, listen. When I reiterate that I've been crying all morning because I'm editing 5.0, maybe you guys will be a little more gentle with me. Editing, nobody warns you. Being a content creator, if you do emotional content, nobody fucking warns you how hard it is to edit the content after the fact. It's not fair, dude. I just need to become a massive streamer to hire an editor, so someone else can cry for me. Hello? Hello, gamers? Hi, guys. I've been feeding off side content too. Dude, I'm living for the side content. I love the MSQ, you guys know that, but I am loving every second of the side content that we've been doing. This game has so much to offer. To boil it just down to MSQ is doing it such a disservice. Hi, Non. Non, thank you for the 10 gifted. Hi, Bear, welcome back. Which wing of Eden? We're on Eden 9? 8? No, your tears have to be harvested, Shira. Oh, overlapping audios. Hang on, give me a sec. As much as I love that Eden Shiva theme, it's gotta stop. It's gotta stop, because it hurts my little ears. Hi, you guys. How you doing? How you doing? Eden's Promise, is that what it's called? 9 through 12, thank you. About to start 9, yeah, 4 to go, 4 to go. And I'm sure it'll be fine. Nothing emotionally devastating will happen. Everything will be good. It's fine. It's fine. Also, oh my god, my Maduin.
Are you ready for love?
No, thank you. No, seriously, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Jesus, and the 100 biddies. What was I saying? Oh, right. So Dynamis queues aren't bad until you hit like alliance raids. Then they're non-existent. So if you are a home on Dynamis, never queue for alliance raids. Just hop somewhere else to do those queues because they don't exist. It like popped twice and got like withdrawn twice. And I was like, I'm fucking over this after like 30 minutes. You haven't cleared this batch yet, Izagi? Let's go. We're working 9 to 12. Imagine what a good work shift that would be. It will be fine and normal also. Yes, it will be fine and normal. Where am I? What is happening? What is this load screen? Was that Rogger's Reach load? Have I never seen Rogger's Reach load screen before? Hello? Hello? Oh, I'm getting added by the free company. Hello, gamers. Okay. Hi, you guys. Hope you guys have been doing good. Hope life has been treating you well. I don't know if we want to dive straight into Eden or wait just a tiny bit. Maybe do a crumb of something else to try and let a few people, because some people might still be working, even though it's close to New Year's. I know my partner has it off, but I think a lot of people might still be working. You want to do Eden? Dynamis Maduin, hop over. We have a free company now? We sure do. You have to do 56 quests. 1, 2, 3. Until what? Until you reach what? Please. Absolutely. Oh, do we want to start with that? Do you know what I do want to start with? Hang on. Kuiper linked me a video. We talked about it yesterday and I forgot about it yesterday. And now I remembered it today. Where did Kuiper link it? Oh no, did it get buried? Guys, we talked too much in the Discord. Help. Help. It was an Emmet thing. It was an Emmet thingy and it was funny. Oh no. They spoilered it. Let me search. Kuiper. Dum. Oh no, dude. I don't know where they posted it. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Yes! You can find it in your history. Please link me. Please link me. You're gonna love my character. He's hot elf boyfriend material. Yes, thank you. Our male Elizans, thank you. Yes, we love them. Yeah, it was a 5.0 vid. Your dad had to work Christmas, and he has 2 for New Year's as well. That's so heartbreaking, Bear Taurus. That's so heartbreaking. That breaks my heart. You on Crystal just a second? Yeah, I want to give people time to jump over. I think it's still pinned, right? Yeah, it's still pinned at the top. So we'll watch maybe a couple videos. Maybe we'll like have a React Andy moment. Is that Nizagi? Is that Nizagi? Maybe we'll have like a little React Andy moment and watch a couple videos you guys have been meaning for me to watch. I don't know if I can handle the Soken one. I don't know if I could dive like straight into Soken. Especially if Eden has the potential to be emotional, which it does. I credit every other raid series. There's a very high chance that Eden will be emotional. I don't know if I can like preload that with the Soken moment. It'll hurt. Damn, Terra, why you always start streaming after I just barely logged off? It's just the times. It's my time slot, Sith. I always start at this time. Hard to type while fixing polish. Yeah, I'd only done the first branch of Eden with your free company, then the second branch with you the last time. Wait, that's so cute, Izogi. Let's go. We got a fresh little babby doing Eden here. You're my Valora today, because Valora's not at this content yet, so Valora can't do it. So you're my Valora. I will guarantee you the slot, because I love you. Found it! Link it! Valora's dead. Vel can't come today. I warned her. I warned her at least at the start it's Eden, so. Sent to a Discord, appreciate you. Okay, let's see. Let us see. Let us see. Do, 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 do. Yes, this is the thumbnail. I remember this. Okay, okay, give us a sec. Argon, is that a new glam you got? You look differenter. Differenter than I be remembering. Oops. Gotta close that and pop open this. Did you just slap Arg? Did you just smack me? Listen here, you little shit. Listen here. I'm trying to have my React Andy moment. You're coming over smacking me. Wait, did they do this in fucking like Source Filmmaker? What the hell? What is it? What the? Hang on. Okay, hang on. Boop. There we go. So excited to see reactions since I died watching it. Let's fucking go. Ooh. By recently, it's in like the last 6 months. For a long-time player, that's a long time. For me, that's like as long as I've been playing Final Fantasy. There was a hit and run if I ever saw one, for sure it was. It looks like a Machinima film. Oh my god, that's nostalgic. Is Machinima even still around? What do they do these days? Okay. Okay. Hang on, I want to stop my noises in the background. There we go. Small brain can't comprehend anything right now. I'm getting ready for a cheer comp. Yo! Bertars, let's go! Okay, whoop! What is it called again? A skit about the Exarch reveal scene from Shadowbringers.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter.
Not the Exarch fucking monologue.
Thank you for fighting for this world.
He's just mumbling in the background. What?
Only those who possess the royal...
Oh my god, dude. That is fire. That is so good. That, who made that? Benny G?
Make food for the fam, so I will be lurking.
Excuse me, hang on. Excuse me. What? Nan, thank you for the 400 biddies, first of all. Second of all, this person that posted this, did they originally make this? Why do they only have 2,000 subscribers? Gamers, explain yourself. Explain yourselves. I am personally blaming you guys that they only have 2,000 subscribers. Shame on you guys. Subscribe to people that make good 14 content. Excuse you. It's, oh, I'll post it in the Discord. I'll repost it in the Discord for you, Tim. Excuse you guys. I don't know if they were the original creator. Maybe do research. Regardless, you can always unsubscribe if they make shitty content later. It's easy. Easy clap. Press that button. Make creators happy. I'm speaking from personal experience here. FFF General. Boop, and then I'm gonna spoiler it. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. And we're gonna title it in brackets Shadowbringers 5.0 meme. Okay, there we go. He's good. Whew. I'm a broke ass bitch who can't afford subs, regrettably. No, Sith, I'm talking YouTube subs. YouTube subs are free, Sith. YouTube subs are completely free and you lose nothing. You lose nothing for it. Hi, Zlua. Emmett's little smile of, look, I did it. that was such a good video, dude. Oh, man. You saw YouTube you watch on the side, 1, 2, 3? Is it also Final Fantasy memes? I have to be so careful. Hello? I have to be so careful with Final Fantasy XIV content because I want to consume more Final Fantasy XIV content on YouTube.
Superstar.
Let's say, for the sake of argument, that I'm your little PogChamp. And let's just say that since I'm your little PogChamp, I deserve a little treat.
Would you like a small bit of MSQ as a treat, Ray? Is that what you're trying to say? Ray, thank you for the 4 months, you beautiful soul. But seriously, the more I consume of 14 YouTube content, the more YouTube wants to spoiler me. The more YouTube is like, hey, look at this 6.0 reaction. I'm like, no, thank you. I don't want it. YouTube trying to come for me, dude. And yet all I want to watch is more 14 content. I'm fucked, dude. Yeah, YouTube is like, you like these? Surely you'd like the spoiler. Tara, wanna know how to avoid that? Shut the fuck up, Jolly. I want to consume 14 content. Don't come for me. Anyways, my whole moral, I just want to reiterate. Subscribe to 14 content creators on YouTube. It costs you nothing, and it helps them out, and it helps us all out, and it makes our life better. And then we get more 14 content because more creators blow up in Final Fantasy. So just press the button. You lose fucking nothing. God damn it. I say this as I'm also bad for not subscribing to people, but I'm saying it like to reaffirm it for myself and you guys, okay? Damn, sounds like you should do more MSQ. Toon wants one thing and it's fucking disgusting. Tristan, hang on. This is an elf boy I haven't seen before. It's an elf boyfriend I haven't seen before. Look at this beautiful mount with the eye patch. Tall, dark, and handsome. Let me see you. Oh. WU/T, you guys. I recently learned what that word means. I know what this means. Talk to you later. No, I'm kidding. That's you, Shira. You have a beautiful, beautiful elf boy. The only treat I want is a spot in the Eden party. Yeah, fucking you and everyone else. Also, G, welcome in. Poop, welcome in. Ray, welcome in. Izlua. Hi, everybody. I hope everyone's doing good. Do we have enough people to dive straight into it? Should we even do that? Is that unhinged? Can we do that? Can we dive straight into Eden? I feel bad for our work lurkers. They're gonna die, you guys. Tristan, is that black representation I see? Bonus points, honestly. Maybe I'm blind. Where did you link it, Tara? Tim, you're in the Discord, right? Did you react to the Final Fantasy XIV, oh god, what did I call the channel? It's under the containment zone. Roll react. You gotta hit it with a little cactuar. And when you hit it with a little cactuar, it'll open up all the other Final Fantasy channels. I just wanted it like self-contained because some of my like other friends were like, Tara, the 14 memes, they're pouring out. And I was like, oh god, okay. Containment zone it is. What's this? What's happening? What is that? Knight Pegasus? Thank you? What the hell? Thank you. Knight Pegasus. We're gonna have to go outside for this. Ray's like, invite me. Knight Pegasus. Mount guide. Knight Pegasus? Black Pegasus. While uncommon tales of the Pegasi, black as ink, can be found amongst the folklore of countless tribes, one similarity, however, can be observed in nearly all the renditions. That those unworthy of the steed will have their very life essence sapped the moment they climb upon its back. Jesus Christ! You can mount in the reach. Oh yeah, we can. Whoa. It's so beautiful. Hello? Shira, it's for Starlight? Shira, thank you. Can I hug while on mount? I can. Shira, thank you. What the heck? You guys are too sweet to me. That's like a 10 mil mount. Oh my god, I'm sitting on 10 million. Help. Oh my god, thank you. You sweet, beautiful bean. No, 15. Shira, thank you. What's going on today? I guess we're gonna dive straight into Eden. It looks like we almost have a full group right around us here. Ray's like, please, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6. We got 6. If we got 2 more, we can do Eden right now. If not, we'll buy some time and we'll do some other stuffs. Which part of Eden? Eden 9. So we're gonna do the last little segment of it. I shouldn't read chat while I drink. Go in as minor coward. I almost choked. Thenaria and Trance were waiting in Amarang. Should we go straight there? Yeah, Thenaria just whispered me. Do you want to pass me lead, Ray? And I can invite the last 2 people. Scoodles! Scoodles, how you doing? Scoodles, have you done the Eden raids yet? Because we're doing them today, so potential spoiler warning. And Balur's coming in. I really want to give Balur a spot because Balur has really wanted a spot and has been very unlucky lately. Are we already full? I don't think we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want Balur. I want Balur. Balur really wants a spot, you guys. I can't remember the last time we did content with them. Terra, I'm good. How are you? You have not potentially Hideaway, Scoodles, because we are doing the last 4. It depends on how you view. It depends. How do I view? How do I talk? It depends on how you view the raid content, which I think you should view it like just as spoiler free as the MSQ, but it's totally up to you. Really good at disassociating? I get you. I get you. Let's fucking go. Holes in brain, you'll forget it in a week. I feel you. Evilise was the last. Okay, yeah, so we'll give the last spot to Balur. That feels fair. Because Evilise was a week ago? 2 weeks ago? A hot minute ago. A hot fucking minute ago. Scoodles. I had to go into full lurk mode. Did you finish 5.3? Did you fully do it? Is it over? Is it done? Not yet. Oh my god. Oh my god. 5.3. Ugly sobbing, dude. Ugly sobbing. Let's go Red Mage and who do I pick it up from again? It's in this town, right? Yeah, it's in that town. Whoop, we went to the wrong crystal. Whoopsie. This Pegasus is gorgeous. The black and red is so nice. Oof. 5.3, my beloved, same tune. Scoots left off at Yuri's place. God damn, 5.3. God damn, 5.3. I was so overwhelmed. I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm going to bed. How long was my 5.3 stream? I think my 5.0 stream was the longest that we've done. 5.0 I think was 10 hours long. 5.3 was 8.5 hours. Oh my god, 5.3. Fucking ouch, dude. You're the savage. You're the normal? Yeah, you're the normal. Blue Fields Orchestra and Roll. Blur, send a tell to Vonnie Stormwind once you're on Dynamis. It was after the chat with Seto though, so the patented ill mega emotional damage already happened. the Seto moment right after the Yuri talk. The fucking Seto moment, dude. So cruel. Good news, or at least it has the potential to be good news. I've received word from Master Eorzea. Oh wait, I'm party lead. Send me a tell. Send me a tell. I didn't realize Ray gave me party lead. Ray, thank you. Unfortunately, the message was rather thin on details. He only requested that you return to the Crystarium and meet him at the Wandering Stairs. Not the most likely of places for important meetings, but I suppose you might be able to squeeze in a pint or two while you're there. Get your little bum in here. Look at that cute boy. Look at that cute boy. We give him a poke. We give him a poke real quick. And then off we go. The Wandering Stairs. Oh, wait, did I not accept this friendo request? Where is it? Oh no, they're on my friends. Okay, good. Bun Cat Boy. They chose the meta of instead of playing Bun Boy, they just got the golden saucer ears. And now they're Bun Boy. Pink Moon Bunny Glam. So cute. To the end. The pendants. Oh man. God, 5.3. If I'm suffering editing 5.0, I don't know how I'm gonna survive 5.3. Poor editor Terra, dude. He's suffering. Someone give that man a hug. Like, at least on stream, I have you guys when I'm like in immense damage. But when I'm just sitting there editing it, I'm just alone crying while editing. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Jolly. Oh, there was a stretch a while ago too that I didn't do. I should catch up. Chocolate and wine. Oh, you know what? I have both of those things after Christmas. Ooh, I have both of those things. Maybe as I finish. So in terms of how the video is coming along, I'm halfway through. Oh, no, I'm not halfway through. I'm basically done with the dungeon. So then I just have to chop down the trial and then everything that comes after that. That's probably going to be the hardest part. So suffering is not yet over. I was crying the most at, for whatever reason, while I was editing it down, rather than just like picking the section and being like, boom, yeah, there's the section. My dumbass sat there and rewatched the whole moment of like when all the NPCs are in a circle and you're individually talking to them. My dumbass just sat there and watched the whole thing again and fucking crying. I'm dumb as hell, dude. Pray accept mine apologies for calling thee hither at such a short notice. The matter I wish to discuss is of considerable import. If it's that urgent, wouldn't it be quicker to send those, or use those link pearl things Rain's been telling me about? That scene hurts so much, Valor. That scene hurts so much. These are words best delivered in person. I love our Bratz doll, you guys. Also, I'm too hyper. I'm overheating. I have to turn down my heat. Hang on. I was so cold like 30 minutes ago. I turn on my heat and I get hyper and now I'm fucking boiling. Tira! Don't headbutt me. Come on. I'm sensitive. Did something happen to the empty? Oh, this I could have done pre 5.3 then? Got you. Okay, yeah. Not that doth warrant our immediate attention. The elements are in a state of equilibrium and the propagation of flora continues apace. So what's this about then? As thou art aware, we are not of this world, hailing from what is referred to as the source. However, unlike Sir, Thancred and I exist only as ether given corporeal form. Our bodies remaineth on the source, though the thread that binds us to them doth grow weaker with the passage of time. And if you stay here too long, you might never be able to return. Oh, damn, I should have done this quest before we finished 5.3. The continuity! It's screwed up a little bit. I don't know if I like it. It was a pirate skull, I was tempted. I put like the bully Terra redeems under the pirate skulls. Precisely. Now, with the wheels of change in the empty set in motion, we believe this is a fitting juncture to take our leave. We shall but regret not being present to see the transformation reach its completion. Dude, this is a flashback. Pretend there's like a sepia like filter over it. This is a flashback, you guys. Okay. That hardly seems worth losing your bodies over, though. If you have to go back to your own worlds, who are we to stop you? I always knew this day would come. You'll still have Gaia and Sir. Smiley face. I know that you'll see this through to the end, together. This is a flash forward for you. It sure is. 1, 2, 3. We will. I may not be half the woman Minfilia was, but I have friends I can turn to. I have friend I can turn to. They might be brutally honest in their opinions at times, or prefer to save their worlds and let their actions do the talking, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Just promise me you won't transform into a crazy ice lady and try to kill me again. Though I can't say what the future might bring, no doubt Reen and Gaia will need your support in the days to come. Alas, the mysteries surrounding the fairy are yet to be solved. Whether thou shouldst find the answers that thou seekest or nay, lend not thine ears to its honeyed words, for thy will is thine own. Never forget this. I won't. The time of our departure is at hand, yet know that, no matter where we may be, ever shall we pray for your success. Best dads, dude, I love them. They also need to kiss already. They need to kiss and get it over with. Throughout the Eden series, so much sexual tension between Eorzea and Dadcrid. With Eorzea and Thancred set to leave the First, it seems wise to share this development with Yalfort, who will continue to oversee expeditions into the Empty. Now, Kith! Thank goodness for Tumblr! Dude. Alright, gamer, whenever I see you in this glam now, I just picture the little bucktooth picture. The little low-res bucktooth picture of your bun girl. It's so cute. It's so cute. Oh, okay, where was I? To Mordsuk we go! There was like this really low res Endgame, the bunny girl was like way in the background of one of our clears in a group photo, and there's like a really low res image of them in the Discord where it's just like little front teeth and they're like in the distance. It's so cute. Mordsuk, my balls, pimp, get out. You're banned. You're back sooner than expected. Is everything all right? Oh dear, that's rather unfortunate. I dare say it's something jolly important for them to leave in such a hurry. In any case, I wish them the best of luck, wherever their work may take them. I shall remain here and hold the fort, as it were, and make the necessary provisions should any further forays into the Empty be required. Safe travels, Master Sir. And then 5.3 trauma happened, and I ugly cried for like 3 hours, and now, boom. That was our flashback. That was our flashback moment. I'll post it in general in my Discord. It's my profile pic. That's right, it is. I love it so much. I deserve this. You do deserve that, pimp. You do deserve to lose your precious terabytes. Sir, so the rumors of your knack for being in the right place at the right time are true. You see, we've just completed our preparations for another expedition into the Empty. Miss Reen and Miss Gaia agree that it's high time you all went to see how things are coming along, though I must say, being at their beck and call, night and day, does test my patience on occasion. But with their lesbian antics? Well, fancy seeing you here. They're so cute, dude. I love them. They're so cute. 5.3 videos are going to be raining all the time. I don't want to edit it. Somebody else do it for me. Sir. We were just getting ready for another ride on the Sky Slipper. Care to join us? There was one other thing I should mention before you depart. Now that the situation in Yulmore has settled down somewhat, my associates have made some headway in investigating your past, Miss Gaia. Is that so? I thought that's what you wanted. I would if I could, but I don't know. This editing thing. Nah, I'll edit it myself. It's just gonna be hard. It's just gonna be so hard. So did I, but I quite like the way things are now. Digging around in my past might, I don't know, spoil it somehow. Besides, uncovering the truth behind the voice in my head and my strange powers is bound to be more interesting than whatever life it was I had in Yulmore. Alright, gamer, how could you? Oh my god, you guys suck. You guys suck. Don't ever say that in my chat again, okay? I will cry on you. That's so mean. I understand. We'll find the answers together. Just like we do everything else. How are the coffee biscuits? Literally, Toon. Literally. Spess is still locked in A Realm Reborn. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. He's on like level 35 or something, but he has no idea. He has no idea what's coming. Guy is the gay in the friend group who has a driver's license. You're right. She drives and can host. Wow, amazing, Gaia. Oh, they were delicious as always, but I hear they're quite fattening.
I'm still making food, but I heard crying.
None. Thank you for the 100 biddies. We're not crying yet. I'm just mad at Alright Gamer for posting sad words from beautiful characters. If raining gray overcast is my favorite weather. I love rain when I don't have to be in it. So we usually just buy 1.5 each. One and have half each. 1.5 each is what they said. And then you always get another one anyway. Yes, but we break that in half too, so it's fine. Then we may as well have one each to begin with. Honestly, Reen, I sometimes wonder if you've got biscuits for brains. No, they're so cute together. Though I must say, my time in the Crystarium has been rather enjoyable. We've even had a chance to make a necklace from the ice crystal we found. In any case you were wondering, I haven't been neglecting my training. I wouldn't want my skills to get rusty just because Thancred's not around. I'm ready for whatever lies ahead. Eorzea would also be pleased to hear you had your head in those fusty old tomes. I've even done a bit of studying myself. After all, it's up to us to take care of the empty now. I'm looking forward to seeing how things have changed since our last visit. Come on, let's head over to the derrick. Whenever I quote sad parts, just imagine my low pixel tooth and you won't be sad anymore. True. What a fire profile picture. Who's this? Hello? You look new to me. Have we met? Wait, are you Midlander? What is that hair? How you get such a cute Midlander? Let me look at you. Let me see you with my heart. Oh, dude, this glam is cute as fuck. This is like, I want this on my red mage at level 90. This is nice glam. What a cute ass Midlander, dude. I'll take you for the fence. Do not look so down, for another beautiful day comes. So rather than frown, lift your head and smile. You are the hero, nothing suits you. Jolly. Jolly. I will time you out, okay? I won't ban you, but I will time you out. Empty promise. Off we go. What is that? I've never seen that mount before. Looks like Allegan tech. That's so interesting. Eorzea! Guys, we need to get into Eorzea. We need Blue Mage content. We need Eureka. We need Eorzea. Who is MSQ? We don't know her. I'm a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer, you guys. I need variety of content. And mounts. A variety of mounts. Coward! That mount is a pain in the ass to get from what I'm told. Is it two-person as well? Because it definitely looked like it. Looked like personal chauffeur vibes. Xenos just took off his helmet the first time in your MSQ replay. Yippee! The beautiful boy has arrived. The beautiful twisted, messed up, twisted boy has arrived. I promise you I can fix him. Also, wait, I need that Pegasus on my mount bar. I don't suppose you fancy taking the helm this time? Oh, I hope I'm like standing there like full spread. Wait, I'll pilot this time. Oh? I didn't realize you knew how. While you were off training, I was studying the blade. I was practicing with another sky slipper they have at the Crystarium. Really? That's fantastic. Hardly. You've been pulling more than your own weight, and I just wanted to do what I could to contribute. Why do female characters always get the cute hairstyles, but I only have like 0.97% male hairstyles? Dude, male hairstyles, we got done dirty, dude. We got done dirty. There should be so many more usable hairstyles, and there's only like 4 out of like the 30 or so that are like actually good. The rest of them are like literally why. Although the pompadour has a special place in my heart, even though it's a disaster. Like characters that run around with the physics, the jiggle physics pompadour is great. Yotsuyu is actually quite small, Toon. Yotsuyu little. Oh god, the bike. I have trauma trying to get the Dalriata ones. The bike trauma. How you going? I'm going good, Nibble. Welcome back. How you going? I love the Omega mount until I zoom in on things. Oh my god, guys! I was so sad. I couldn't get a picture. I saw Alpha and Omega in Gridania yesterday when I was by the, was it the Minketo Amphitheater? I don't remember where I was, but there was a Christmas tree, and then all of a sudden they walked up and they were looking up at the Christmas tree, and then Alpha was like really happy and Omega was like, and then they walked away before I could get a picture, and they like phased out, and I was like, no! It made me so sad. I wanted a picture of them. In front of the tree? Yeah, you found that one too? I hope that one's more common. Go run around in the Christmas trees near Gridania, you guys, and then cry. Pompadour? Don't you mean the head uniboob? Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. Omega was what now? Something like that. Like this, look at him go. Woo, look at him go, he's like. There's no need to look so apprehensive. You know, let's get going, shall we? Oh no, it's like when your little sister first learns to drive and you're like clinging to the sides of the car, hoping to not die. None of these are good. I don't need spell speed. I don't need tenacity. I don't need piety. We'll take skill speed maybe for monk? I don't know. Blur has their priorities right. I can cover any role, but I don't have glam prepared for 2 of them. That's priorities, Blur. They're like, I can cover the role, but I can't do it in style, so I can't really cover the role. It's so strange, suddenly seeing you at the controls. Why didn't tell me you'd been oh, she horny. She's falling in love even more. And I thought I'd surprise you, that's all. Her girlfriend's driving and she's like, wow, she's so beautiful driving this sky slipper. Glam is true endgame? No, don't apologize. I don't make these rules, I do, and glam is true endgame. Skill speed and spell speed are most likely to sell. Okay, that makes them more attractive in my eyes. So I see we're on 5.4. Are these sections, chapter stories? Basically random. Basically, there's one overarching story, but each of like the post patches, like the 0.4, 0.5, etc., is not fully its own contained story, but kind of like its own section of the story. Definitely could not be self-contained. But yeah, you got the gist of it, right? Huh. Bring that up again and you can walk the rest. Wait, what did she bring up? I missed something. Consider me surprised. All this time I thought you were only good for smashing things with your hammer. Bring that up again and you'll walk the rest of the way. Look how happy we are in the background. Being driven by his aunties. Because I'm a little kid. A child in the backseat, yeah. I'd best behave. I wouldn't want to get stranded in the empty and miss the festival. Yeah, what festival? Wait, what? I suppose this is the first you've heard of it. We haven't exactly been keeping it a secret, but it's still in the planning stages. You see, the return of the night sky has brought lots of changes, and while everyone is glad, the reality is it's also been quite stressful. The sunglasses economy is never going to recover. Or no, not sunglasses. The night glasses. Oh yeah, the sunglasses as well. What am I saying? The lesbianties. Each patch has a narrative, a distinct point in the plot, but it's more or less yes, exactly. Blur's got it. And while everyone is glad, the reality has also been quite stressful, having to adapt to a new way of life, and not being able to wear sunglasses 24/7. Seeing how hard our elders are working to keep the Crystarium running, youths like myself came up with the idea of hosting an event as a way of expressing our appreciation. Once we return from the empty, I'll be helping as one of the organizers. Wait, that's so cute! I'd be happy to help, provided I'm suitably compensated. I don't like that line. I didn't see the second part. I just saw the happy to help. I doubt we can afford the services of a great hero such as you, but thanks for offering. If everything goes well, all you need to do is turn up and enjoy yourself. How about you, Gaia? Would you like to help with the festival? What? What's that? I haven't been listening. She's focused on the road. Good girl. Good girl. My leg is cramping up a bit. Piloting this thing must have made me more tense than I'd realized. Then let one of us take over. No, I'll be fine. Well, as long as you're sure, but if you feel like switching places, just say the word. Phrasing. When your dual income lesbian aunts show up on Christmas to unleash the gift reckoning. Oh my god, Ray, yes. No, how can this be? Wahapa. Oh no, it's dying. Well, there's a tiny patch of green over there. I think that explains it. Did Titan take over? Why is it yellow again? Light. Does this mean there's still too much of it in the empty? I'm no expert, but this might be a result of losing control when you restored the ice element. Even though I tried to use darkness to hold back the light spilling forth, it seems it wasn't enough. Then we're right back to where we started. This is all my fault. No, Reen, you mustn't blame yourself. Ugh. You have returned to me. Restore the darkness while you still can. A familiar voice, an inescapable fate, the promise of salvation at the precipice of ruin. Is it at all possible that the ship itself is this fairy that's talking to her? In the remnants of a lost past, I would find my truth. Because I don't think they really mentioned anything about her having troubles with fairy while back at Mordsuk, right? Right, the ship is Eden. Right, Toon. Right. Fear of the dark. I don't know when I got over my fear of the dark, but it's nice. Poor kids that are scared of the dark, dude. Because it's fucking everywhere. You can't escape that shit. Restore darkness. But I was one of them. When I was really little, I wanted a nightlight and everything. But I don't know. Something changed. And I love it now. What did you say, Gaia? Restore the darkness to the world flooded by light. Ah, that's it. We thought we'd restored the balance to the 6 elements, but perhaps they're still too strongly aligned with light. If that's the case, maybe we can set things right by using darkness. By using darkness? Are you serious? But hold on, it might actually work. Gaia, that's a brilliant idea. I wouldn't go that far. I just remembered what I learned during our adventures, that's all. But this does mean we'll need to call on your services again, if that's all right with you. Also, smiley face. Fair. We've come this far together, and we'll see our mission to the end, to Eden's core. I don't remember what the Endwalker sounds like. The Endwalker quest theme. I heard it when I was doing sage quests, but now I can't recall. I still think Heavensward quest jingle is my favorite. Stormblood's is aggressive. Stormblood's like yells at you every time you accept a quest. I'll say one thing before we start. If this all goes horribly wrong, don't even think about pinning it on me. Not that it will, of course. It goes like bum 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 bum. That could be, you can apply that to any of them, Konzo. I just like that. You like the quest complete jingle? I actually can't think of it right now, but we'll hear it in a minute. Right, let's get started. But, were there any primals aligned with darkness? I can't seem to recall any. You mean there isn't one? Like, only, so, like, technically speaking, only Zodiark, as far as I know. The Ascian's god Zodiark may be suitable, but we need something that Sir has actually encountered, and preferably defeated. Well, does it have to be a primal for it to work? If it's just a lot of darkness that we need, perhaps there are other ways to get it. You may be right. What we ultimately need is a state of highly charged darkness. It shouldn't matter what form it takes. Does anything come to mind, sir? I don't know if your void sent that would fit the bill. I dare say the flood of darkness had a fair bit of darkness. I like that one. But that's the same. Basically, it's the same answer. You mean the catastrophe that swallowed the 13th and sent it into a lifeless void? Yep. The one that, oh, I can't remember her name. See something, and who all came from there that we know of thus far? The one girl at the end of the role quests, and Ukula. I can't say his name. Thank you. Unu Kalhai. Thank you. Yeah, I think they're the only two that I know of thus far that came from the 13th. We might need something on a slightly smaller scale. The Cloud of Darkness? Dude, from Crystal Tower? I can't begin to imagine how powerful it must have been. I say we found our perfect candidate. But where to find a suitable place? One where darkness is strong. It won't be easy in a world flooded by light. Well, we've got the Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Darkness right here. Seems like a good enough spot for me. Yeah, it was. That's right, it was, Toon. But what about the light-aligned ether that's all around us? That's where you come in. You can suppress the light while I draw out the darkness. By combining our powers, we can make it work wherever we are. Combining our powers. And then they kiss. Yes, between us, there's nothing we can't achieve. Don't be afraid, Gaia. And then they kiss. I'm not afraid. Just very concerned that this will all go horribly wrong. Which is the same thing, I suppose. Anyway, it's certainly not easy coming up with these plans by ourselves. And they were roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates. Captain Planet! Also missed, welcome in. That's true, but when this is over, we can reward ourselves with all sorts of delicious treats at the festival. Festival? What do you mean? Were you actually just straight up not listening? We spoke about it on the way here, remember? I asked if you wanted to take part. I was busy piloting the Sky Slipper, so I probably wasn't paying attention. Oh well, not to worry. We can talk about that later. Right now, we've got a job to do. Yeah, Crystal Tower became mandatory. Wait! No, that's so sad, Nibble. It became mandatory at 5.3. That means so many players during 5.0 were probably mega lolling at the reveal. That's so sad. It should have been mandatory 5.0. Yep, that's heartbreaking. And I'll shift its alignment to darkness. Yeah, that's right. I think someone said that when I was there, Nibble, that they didn't have the dialogue option for that. CT? Crystal Tower? Yes, Islua, yes. Now, sir, focus your thoughts. Cloud of darkness.
Almost done making food and it is turning up good.
What are you making, Non? I didn't even ask. What you making? Thank you for the biddies. If I recall correctly, those who hadn't done it didn't get the option to call out his name either in 5.0 or 5.3. That breaks my heart, Tim. That breaks my heart. When I did Shadowbringers, I had done the CT raids years before. Oh, so you didn't remember at all. Actually, I think I said this while we were playing. The only reason I remembered was because during the Halloween event, somebody got in the costume for it. And I was like, oh yeah, that's that dude from Crystal Tower. And then that was just enough to get them in my mind. So I don't know who did that, but in retrospect, dude, thank them. Like, thank you to the person who got in that costume. Because I probably would have been like, it probably would have clicked when I saw them, but like, not as hard as it did for sure. Now they just need to make the Warring Triad mandatory? Yes, they really do, Blur. Yes, they really do. We gonna minimum eye level these ones? Yes, we are, Ray. Yes, we are. Met Graha for the first time yesterday. He's such a good bean as well. I love him. I love him so much. They needed to make it mandatory for 5.3 because otherwise you would have 2 Grahas walking around Eorzea. You need to close the time loop, lock them in the tower. Got you. Oh, got you. That's the only reason that they did it. All right, how are they gonna make the Cloud of Darkness sexy? How are they gonna make... Shira, we've been doing almost every single thing on minimum item level. The one exception being the extremes we were doing the other night. We left it just level synced, not mid-eye level. I want to beat Tsukuyomi, you guys. I want to beat her. I want to beat her up. First time we've tried this since that disaster with Shiva, so I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Even so, I can't afford to waver now. I've called forth real void scent before, so everyone tells me anyway, but this is unknown territory to me. With the two of you by my side though, I'm sure it'll work. Luckily, my friend forced you to do it when you finished A Realm Reborn with the argument that it was necessary for future raids, but never mentioned any story impact, so you didn't think it would be relevant. That's so sneaky. I love that for you. Is it not a trial? It's a raid. They're basically, listen, they're basically trials. They're basically trials and you fucking know it, all right? Listen here, you little shits. Zagi said there'll be RB? Okay, we're gonna wait for you, Zagi. Raids used to be more raidy in A Realm Reborn. They did, in your defense, they did. Even the Alexander series had you like kill, what, like three trash mob packs before the boss? I think they realized, like looking back, that they were like, why though? Because Omega didn't, right? Oh, Zagi's back? Omega didn't do that. Right on, okay. Omega didn't do it, Alexander was the last to do it, I believe. Also, it's one of the main reveals of Shadowbringers, so not knowing him by then kills a bit of the emotional impact. Definitely Moon. I'm sure there's a lot of players that went through Shadowbringers not nearly as emotional as we have. Because, yeah, they wouldn't remember the biggest reveal. Well, sorry, second biggest? Maybe second biggest. Dude, I fucking love Shadowbringers. This expansion has been fantastic. Okay, away we go! Umbra! Also, Moon and Kuroneko and Lycreos, I struggle with your name. Welcome in, you guys. How you doing? Also, Katie, hi. Eden's Promise, Umbra.
I'm drawing out the darkness. Get ready.
Oi. I'm ready. Oh no. Oh my fucking god. Her hair is a little bit like morning, like bedhead, but like, of course they made her hotter.
Gaia, we've done it.
Dead eyes and bedhead is a little bit of a miss for me, but otherwise, oh, she's got that sex hair. Ishikawa before Endwalker launch highly recommended everyone finish Coils and Omega, and the only time she said something like that before was pre-Shadowbringers, where she recommended people to complete Crystal Tower. Wait, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Okay. Booba. Let's go. Let's get it. Do we need camera angle up? Yeah, a little bit. Ground raising particle beam does not sound friendly to me. It was not very friendly, but it's okay. Hated everything to the Crystal Tower series was your least favorite until you discovered the Makai raids and the Evil East raids got you. So for you, it was just so far in the past, hey Sith? We got a checkerboard, I'm sure that's gonna come into play. These arenas are not designed, yeah, there it goes. These arenas are not designed this way by accident. Usually you have your first indication of how the, cloying... Unable to jump due to the Cloud of Darkness airborne magics. I don't know what's going on here. We're highlighting squares that we're on? I don't quite get it though. PvP face? Is that what that was? You skipped over the cutscenes because you Final Fantasy III. Oh, that's a damn shame. So I didn't quite get that mechanic. The tell was a bit confusing for me. These Zuggies got a raise? Okay. I'm not sure what this is about. Whoop! Okay, these tells are not making sense to me. Maybe I was supposed to break the tether. Cloud of Darkness pronouns are actually it, because it only appears in reaction to excess light or excess darkness in the world, so it's a force of nature, not a person, like a hurricane or tsunami. That's so cool. I think that was a tether I was supposed to snap, and I did not. Jesus. Water, and water, and water, water. What? You're the second person to say that, Ryu. Best fight in the game, if only it was a savage. Hi, Adora! My poor mana. This savage was right. Wait, so it is a savage. Hello? Oh god. Maybe I'm reading chat a little too much. Maybe I'm reading chat a little too much. Hi guys, I love you. Welcome in, people. Those that are just joining us, hi, I love you. I don't blame you for my inadequacies, though I am using you as an OS. Oh no, not this thing again. Oh, that's a familiar mechanic. Why did that one turn pink? Oh, is it that you can't sit on one for too long? That might be what the mechanic is. Oh, I'm dangerous. I locked myself into blue mana. I'm a virgin. I locked myself into blue again. I'm trying to understand these mechanics so hard that I cannot function in rotation. Youch! Woo! Okay, what does everyone else do when they get their tethers? I see now. Okay. You break the tethers of the plants. Got it, got it, got it. That rescue was almost perfect, by the way. That rescue was nearly perfection. You did your best. Oh, that sucks. Yep, I was in it. There is a savage version, but this isn't that. Yeah, this is just minimum eye level. If you give me a version, I can say the video about the water. Yeah, absolutely. Nibble, put it in Discord. You loved this tier, Mai Tai? Also, Mai Tai, hi. So I at least get the plant part now. I still don't understand those squares. That has a visual tell. I finally realized that. Okay. The left and right attacks have a very large visual glow. Woo. Oh, Sith, I'm gonna have to read that after this. That is a large wall of text. Empty plane. Oh, back to this. I'm gonna go based off my assumption of it seems like you can't sit in one spot for too long or it does a burst. In fact, I'm gonna test the theory right now by just sitting here. Yeah. Can't sit in it for too long. Okay. So black mages hating life during this. Black mages desperately wanting to put down ley lines and they cannot. Woo! I'm I was so focused on mechanics. Oh no! Goodbye, cruel world! Oh, I lived! Actually, melee is also probably hating life during this mechanic. This does not seem fantastic for melee. Oh, I dropped my combo. I hate it here. Okay, horrible. Oh, Black Mage can put down lines, just make sure they cover 4 squares? That's galaxy brained. Oh, that is galaxy brained. Oh no, it's happening again! Thank you for the rescue! I realized too late. Love you. We have an LB3. I'm very scared to use it. Oh, somebody else used it. Thank God. It's no longer my responsibility. Nice. Oh my God, I died so many times. Oh my God. Whew. So why do you guys call that the PvP? The PvP boss? You did this the most as monk? Oof. Savage mechanics are similar to normal mode mechanics, but are much more unforgiving. The most of the time don't have obvious telegraphs, so you have to pay attention to subtle tells like, oh, the snake on the left is glowing this color. Go to the right unless you have the same color debuff as the glow. Yeah, we kind of experienced that with Tsukiyomi, where she has shunned boys. I can't talk. My brain is fried. Gunshot noise and you stack, or spear noise and you spread into rolls. The tells are much less obvious than they used to be. We greet everything. Timing is very forgiving on normal. As a Black Mage main, I had harder fights than this because I could stand in the edge and side cast across. Slide cast, not side cast. That's so cool. Because it's easy to kill people. It's most PvP in Savage, to be fair. That's so funny.
Finished food.
That square part you were confused about? It was so hard. But I was right though, right? You just can't stand in it for very long, and that's the mechanic. In Savage, the platform instantly fall if 2 people are standing on it. And that's why they take away your ability to jump, so you can't just jump over the gaps onto another square. On Savage, the tile mechanics will immediately drop you if 2 people on the same time. Wow. Also, hi Demi. Hi everyone that snuck in during that. Sorry, I couldn't really read chat. But hi guys, love you. If you stick a toe on your friend's block, you murder them. So that's why it's called the PvP. Let's go, Nan. You finished Foob. Proud of you. Thank you for the biddies, by the way. That all went surprisingly well. Of course, we have Sir to thank for slaying that ghastly creature. You were fantastic, Gaia. Anyone would think you're an old hand at this. You weren't so bad yourself. We make quite a team, don't we? We certainly do. I don't know about you two, but I'm itching to see whether our hard work has paid off. Let's head back. Let's just keep grabbing skill speed. Lesbianism. I love them, dude. Hope everyone's enjoying that awkward gap between Xmas and New Year's. Oh my God, I did not just say. Between Xmas and New Year's. I'm enjoying it, personally. New Year, shut up, don't come for me. You listen here. The plants are just as lifeless as they were before. Maybe the light's influence is still too strong? More darkness! That'll solve it, maybe? I didn't know New York was a holiday, to be honest. Shut the hell up. The next fight is the normal version of the Savage fight. That scared me away from Savage for a while because people treated you like shit for being a beginner. Savage Raider, I hate that. I hate that already. Also, it's where you discovered you hate Samurai because it was the busiest job ever and confused you greatly. Got it. I hate that for you. The crystal really said pride, yo. In fleeting hues and endless warmth, a gentle light washed over me. The crystal really said Happy Pride Month, even though it's not Pride Month. A glimmer of hope once lost.
Hi, gay.
The crystal really said hi, gay. Dude, did we need any more proof that these two are gay for each other? This is the devs being like, yeah, you were right. Here you go. Here you go. The Gaitherite. Praise be the Gaitherite. Hang on, I have to hold hands with my aunties and take a picture. I have to take a picture with my aunties. New wallpaper just dropped. New wallpaper just dropped. It's me and my gay aunties. My ganties, you might call them. Ew, no, that sounded gross for some reason. Savage version of this next fight has one of the most mind-bending mechanics until you get to T? Whomst?
Also, I think you missed this before, but I made a dish in that my family calls nummy food, and it is rice, kielbasa, sausage, rotel, tomatoes, and black beans cooked in chicken broth.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I did miss it before, Non. Thank you for repeating, and thank you for the biddies. That sounds amazing. Sheesh. Oh, Epic of Alexander, thank you. They're just roommates, obvious. No. History. Historians will call them roommates. Reen and her friend. Yeah, they keep playing. By the way, combat material 1 through 4 have some minor usage for Realm Reborn relics. Combat material 1 is very expensive. 5 through 8 is vendor trash that you can safely use yourself if you have empty slots. Crafting and gathering material other than 6 and 8 are all useful in some way or another and sell well anytime. Okay, cool. Cool. Just gals being pals. Yes, you should get Red Mage. I love Red Mage so much. Not everyone loves it, but I love it so much. For the same reason that I'm loving Ninja, though. I love Ninja because it's basically like magic melee hybrid, and so is Red Mage. And I fucking love it. It gives me life, dude. Ninja good, Red Mage good. I think they're my two favorite DPS classes right now. Ninja's ADHD the job. I saw Ninja described as like crazy face mash your keyboard, press all your buttons, and then 1, 2, 3 for like 120 seconds before you can face mash again. Very much so. Kyo, get out. You wrote Blue Mage wrong? True. When Blue Mage content, you guys? When am I allowed to do Blue Mage content? That's basically Dancer though. You know what? True. We tipped the scales away from the light. I'm sure of it, but something's wrong. Very wrong. Hey, listen, Gaia. There ain't nothing wrong about a Gaitherite, okay? Listen. It's 2020. It's almost 2023. It's okay to be Gaitherite, all right? It's fine. Nothing is wrong here. She's a self-hating. She's a self-loathing gay. It's okay. We all had that moment. Left the stream. We tipped the scales away from light. Yada yada. I read that one already. Something's wrong. Very wrong. The gays have arrived. It's very wrong indeed. Don't forget to check the water song. Wait, cutscene. I almost forgot. It's current year, so it's fine. Exactly, Vigil. Exactly. Fighters can read? For 100 long years, I have waited for this moment. I knew it. You've been hiding inside Eden all this time. Well, now it makes sense. Oh. It wasn't Eden. It was inside Eden. It's gonna be hot. Wait, what? His mask looked like a turtle shell. It was cute. I like it too. Why is there an Ascian in here? It's always Ascians. It's always Ascians. How do I keep forgetting it's always Ascians? Oh my god, dude. I am Mitron, servant of Zodiark. The voice that has whispered to me all my life. Indeed, and thanks to you, I am all but free from my prison of light. Does that mean Eden was used to seal away an Ascian? Wait, that is Eden, an Ascian transformed into a Sin Eater. I've heard enough about Ascians to know they're nothing but trouble, but I never imagined that one of them was behind all of this. I thought that restoring the darkness was my idea, but this was your plan from the very beginning. It was, but all it took was the slightest suggestion. The rest was entirely your own doing. And he's gone. Ascian, derogatory. Ah, my freedom is so close. I can almost taste it. Finally, my soul may journey beyond the flesh to which I am yet bound. I knew you would come for me, Gaia. Don't flatter yourself. You've caused me nothing but pain. If I've helped you, it wasn't intentional. Even now, your memories elude you. Hearken unto me, Gaia, and remember. We support gay rights and gay wrongs, god damn it. That's right, Shira. That's right. E10 was one of the fights where we had to incorporate the Zen strat, where everyone shuts up because so much confusion, where comms were overloaded with mixed info. Calling the current or next mechanic, safe spots, unsafe spots, who's adjusting, etc. It was messy. So the Zen strat is just shut the fuck up and do the mechanics. Do you have anyone calling out things at that point, G, or just nobody? VK2 crime. Primary side effect of him having read a book is that he's got the highest int in the party. A fighter with the highest int? What the fuck, dude? The Ascian was inside your heart all along. Inside Gaia's heart. There's an Ascian inside all of us, guys. Oh, man. Yes, what Trance said. 1, 2, 3. Listen to Trance. They got it. They got it. Bottom text. Get out. Get out of here. In an age past, the world you know as the 13th was flooded by darkness, like ripples in water. The repercussions were felt in the other shards, none more so than here on the first. It became perilously imbalanced and susceptible to the influence of light. I wish someone told me that Estate Owl was first. Oh, yeah, Hike, yeah. Hike, hi, love you. Hope you're doing good. Good luck with Sekiro. Nope, personal accountability. Do your own shit correctly. Damn, I kind of like that, G. I kind of like that. Were light to consume the first as darkness did the 13th, it would likewise become a lifeless void, lost to our cause. We could not allow this mistake to be repeated. It was our duty to safeguard this world from the self-same fate. After a time, Emmet Selk conceived of a plan to trigger a rejoining, utilizing the very light we had labored to keep in check, and tasked us with bringing the plan to fruition. But at the last, we were thwarted by Ardbert and his companions. Though our resolve was strong, theirs was stronger still, and as we fell, so too was the light unleashed. Oh my god, so wait, like, oh. Ardbert kind of fucked up royally, hey? For us, however, death is not the end. Though our bodies may perish, our souls live on, withdrawing but temporarily to the rift. Until you can find a new body to possess. I too would have been reborn, but ere my soul could leave its corporeal form, Ardbert struck me with a blade of purest light, and that light enveloped my body, twisting it beyond recognition. What if the real Ascian is the friends we made along the way? Ardbert fucked up. I can't believe that, dude. They did everything right! And still it came to this. Eden, the first Sin Eater. My soul felt such agony as I had never known, and then I knew no more. In my insensate, instinctive state, influenced by Arbert's fervent desire to banish darkness, I unleashed the light burgeoning within me, and it spread as an all-consuming wave to every corner of the world. The flood of light. So that's how Sin Eaters came to be. Well, we knew that though. All would have been lost had not the one called Minfilia appeared, halting the light's inexorable advance. She saved what little still remained of the world. In the process, she also restored to me a sliver of my consciousness. Though I remained trapped in my altered form, motionless, I was capable only of feeble whispering. Emmett Selk, couldn't he have saved you? Perhaps he could have, if such had been his wish. Far easier, however, to simply find another piece of my fractured soul to replace me. From his perspective, there was no need to intervene and potentially disturb the balance of ether, and so here I remained. So after you failed, he left you here to rot. Some friend he turned out to be. Thus abandoned, I called out for what seemed like an eternity to the only soul who could save me, you, Gaia. All this time you were calling to me for help? Yes, but you had forgotten me, forgotten our duty. Though vestiges of your true power remained, you could not wield it at will. Time went by, and eventually change came. The light began to subside, and the dark of night returned. I can't believe Gaia's an Ascian or some bullshit. Gradually, my voice grew stronger until I was able to exert my will over you. You wanted me to free your soul from Eden, which is why you had me attack it. Another plan that ended in failure, thanks to Sir. Indeed. Thankfully, your subsequent attempts to restore this barren land allowed Eden to absorb more and more ether aligned closer to darkness, gradually eroding the cage of light that holds me. Owing to your most recent efforts, my mind is wholly my own once more, and I am able to project my image beyond those confines. Then, all this time we've been helping to free an Ascian. That's a fine tale, but why should I care about any of it? What are you to me? Come with me to Eden's core. There, all shall become clear. I am thou, thou art I. Wait! Oh my, they look so gosh dang like the same person. That's the only thing my brain can think right now. With the birth of the Ascian persona. Thou hast forgotten a former vow. Oh my god. I'd say that the Ascian tendency to push a world to the brink is at fault. It's not Ardbert to try to keep the world on the cusp when doing right, good, to stop the villains. Blur, true. If anything, Ardbert stopped the rejoining, because they were prepping this world for the rejoining. Ardbert just pushed it over the edge too soon, basically. Screwed up their plan, which their plan was still bad. Their plan was definitely still bad, but better. Boop. What the hell is this? Oh, god damn it, I need to change my default browser already. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Water and water and water, water.
What the hell is this? 1.9 mil views? Hang on a second, hang on a second, hang on a second. What is this water song? Hang on a second. What the fuck? What am I listening to? Oh, I see now.
Water and water and water, water, 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 water and water and water.
Wait, those harmonies?
Water and water
Okay, go off, King.
Water and water and water, water.
Those harmonies, though? Hold up.
Water and water and water, water, water. Water and water, water, water and water and water, water.
Go off, King. Go off. Let's go. That was incredible. Thanks for sharing. You're welcome. Thank you, Nibble. This is something I would have on repeat. Yo, new battle theme just dropped. New Eden 10 battle theme just dropped. We're just listening to Water and Water for the whole fight. No, we're not. Unless. No, we're not. I'd watched this vid before listening to the OST in game, so when I did the raid, my brain was like, water and water and water, water and water. No, Gaia! I didn't talk to Gaia. Gaia hates me. None! None! What the heck? Thank you for the 5 gifted. If you've received a gifted sub, please say thank you. Non, thank you so much. Thank you for all the support. You sweet bean. It's almost time for the E11 music memes. Can't wait. Water and water and water. I've just realized something. If Eden has been absorbing all the rebalanced ether, that must be why we've struggled to restore life to the empty. I suppose we can think about that later, though. More importantly, food coma time! Enjoy. That sounds amazing, Non. Enjoy, enjoy. More importantly, it seems I've lost control over Eden, most likely because of the Ascian. Eorzea specifically warned us about not listening to the fairy's honeyed words, so we'd better think this through before we go rushing in. Oh, if only he and Thancred were here now. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, Gaia. I shouldn't be so quick to lose heart. What? No, that's not what I meant. Who are Eorzea and Thancred? Wait, I know those people. I'm sure of it, but why can't I remember them? Nani the fuck, dude? Cue dramatic musical sting. I was immediately brought to, not Fate Stay Night. What's the other one? What's the other one? Where the guy dies and he has save points and he doesn't actually die. ReZero. I was immediately thinking of ReZero. Who's Rem? ReZero, yeah. Guy, you're too young for having Alzheimer. Oh no. Our old queen. I thought something was strange when I mentioned the festival on board Eden. It was as though you had no recollection of our earlier conversation. This is most likely connected to Mitron. Okay, but seriously, who is Rem? Oh, damn it all. What more is that fiend going to take from me? To tell the truth, the thing that frightens me most is that you might forget about us. That won't happen. For every memory I lose, we'll make 2 more together. Hi, Vanilla. And if I need to know something, I can just ask you. Why not start by telling me about Eorzea and Thancred? To be honest, my nerves are all a jitter, so I need something to help me settle down before we confront Mitron. Wait, that's so cute. Her memory's a fucking Hydra. Cut off 1 memory and she'll grow 2 more! Hail Gaia! Eorzea is probably the most intelligent person I know. He spends a lot of time reading, but he also says that you can't learn everything from books, and encouraged me to go out and see the world for myself. Sounds sensible to me. Much better to experience things firsthand than to read about someone else's, like those coffee biscuits. No book could ever describe how good they taste. She still remembers coffee biscuits. Is there anything else you can tell me about him, sir? Yes, give me dialogue options. He can walk on water. Until he can't. So he walks on water instead of swimming? That would certainly save you from getting wet. I should have asked him how to teach me how. Well, it's something he never quite mastered himself. He often ended up getting wet anyways. In fact, the whole thing is probably more trouble than it's worth. As for Thancred, he's the one who freed me from Yulemoor. At first, I thought of him as my knight in shining armor, but really, he was much more than that. We traveled all over Norvrant, and he helped me become the person I am today. He even gave me my name. He was much more of a dad crid. Much more of a dad crid. Coffee biscuits are no joke, man. They're so good. Made them from the 14 cookbook. I need the 14 cookbook so badly. And I'll give it to Spess because I don't know how to cook. She was the one that had the idea to take control of Shiva, ensuring that we would not lose control. Yes, exactly. Welcome in. Thanks for that follow. It's on Amazon. How much? How many dollars? How many dollars? Manila, you lost your account with 100,000 channel points. It's over. Now you can never end the stream, Manila. You'll have to start all over again. That's heartbreaking. Made too many coffee biscuits and Shadowbringers disparage for rating. His gift for song won the heart of many a fair lady. Or so he claims. $23.99? Easy buy. Easy buy. Are you kidding me? Singing? That doesn't sound like the Thancred I know. It seems he has a way with words. That must be how he was able to choose such a pretty name for you. Yeah, it means blessing. Aww, I just realized she still has his gun back here. Nan! Nan, you're supposed to be going to eat. What are you doing? What are you doing? Y'all, if you got a gifted sub, make sure to say thank you. Nan, thank you so much for the fucking gifteds. Now buy it. All right, say less. Oops, what is this? Auto text events? No, thank you. Fun fact here, in the book it says that many women say that he is not as smooth as he thinks. Oh, he's definitely not. Are you kidding? That's clear as day, Jolly. He's not that smooth. Actually, while we're on the subject, that gunblade over there belonged to Thancred. As far as mementos go, it's a bit on the cumbersome side, but it reminds me of our adventures together. Even though there's little chance I'll ever see him again, it still feels like he's here with me. He did get me. He won me over with Battle of the Dads, Jolly. He has no Riz, but he won me over with Battle of the Dads. Keeping your memories close. You know what? I should keep a diary. Even if I forget everything, at least I will have something to look back on. That's a brilliant idea. Since they're going to be making lots of new memories together, maybe I could write in it too. As long as you improve your handwriting before you go scrawling all over it. I'd like your entries to be vaguely legible, if you don't mind. Of course, your ladyship. And then they kiss. But before that, we've got an Ascian to deal with. Let's get this over with. And then they kiss. And then they kiss. They're so cute together. I don't even want them to kiss like sexually. I just want them to kiss like love. Romantically. I will get no sexual satisfaction out of it. Just pure joy of young love. Terra just be chilling there. No! I would respectfully look away and let them have their moment. That friend invites from you? What's the name? Bacciano Velesti. Guys, you need to start doing the thing where you have one name across all platforms, please. As streamer, it's suffering for me. Anything I can do for you without moving from this spot? Fisher main, blue mage main. All right, okay, all right. Actual black mage main, but we see the fishing. We see the fishing. We respect it. Also the red bill scarf. Good taste. Good taste. You need to remember all 6 of our names, streamer. No, there are some of you in the game that I will ask 14 times who the fuck you are in Twitch because y'all trying my patience. I think you need to be on Maduin when you send it. 1, 2, 3. We came as you asked, so start talking.
Why settle for mere words when I offer something far greater? Eden will now afford you a glimpse of the past. More than a glimpse, in fact. It will be as real as any of the foes you yourselves have conjured forth. Conjured forth? Wait, you don't mean to perform a summoning, do you? I do. I shall recreate the battle of 100 years past, which pitted Ardbert and his fellow warriors of light against their nemesis, the Shadowkeeper. This is probably unique dialogue. This is probably unique dialogue that you can only have if you've done the capstone. Wait, don't I have more to that capstone? I think I have more to that capstone. We should do that. We should do that. We should do that. Some point very soon, please. Unfortunately, there was already a Nibelung Valesti on Mateus, so you made a pun. Bichano is how you say kitty in Portuguese, but it's short. So writing with an E makes English speakers pronounce it right. Oh. Nice. That's thoughtful of you. That's very thoughtful of you. Wife, their nemesis. You mean Silva. That you should know that name. The true identity of the Shadowkeeper, emissary of chaos. And what do you hope to achieve with this history lesson of yours? You shall see. You shall remember. Now, your very soul will revisit that fateful day 100 years ago. Gaia, you can't trust Mitron. If you do, you'll end up being manipulated again. Reem. You're right. My days of being controlled by this demon are over. I have a new life now, and I won't let anyone take that away from me. Aren't horror streams on Fridays? Manila, you haven't been around for a while, have you? Final Fantasy XIV has consumed me, and I will never apologize for it. Variety relationship ended with variety streaming. Now, Final Fantasy XIV variety streaming is my best friend. Gaia lipstick should be on the Mog Station. Agree. My will is my own. You have no hold over me. You can still variety. Yeah, I will. I will still variety. Don't worry. There's just so much in 14 that I want to do right now that it's mostly 14 variety. It's healthy to play multiple things. It sure is. I'm not even close to burnout though, so I'm just full sending right now. Vitota. This is plenty of variety. A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers. I know so many people whose variety is now just other Final Fantasies. It's all consuming. It really is, and I will never apologize for it. It's healthy to play multiple Final Fantasy XIV things. This is all you're doing, accursed minions of light. I should be the one at her side, not you or anyone else. I will take her beyond the reach of your poisonous influence and keep her safe. Oh, he's gonna be like her daughter or some bullshit. What have you done with Gaia? Yoink. This is why I play on PC and console. Variety is the spice of life. Wait, are you talking playing Final Fantasy XIV on PC and console, or are you talking gaming in general? You'll likely end up going back to more variety after getting caught up on MSQ and raids. There's a bit of content drought between patches. Yeah, that's totally what I was thinking, Isagi. That's absolutely what I was thinking. Right now, I'm kind of no-lifing it, but we'll see variety streams return. And also, part of the problem has been the fact that I've only had 3 streams a week, like, because of all the holidays and stuff. And so it's just been easy to slot 3 streams of Final Fantasy. Before I learned his name was Mitron, I called this guy Scrappy Asian. He's pretty scrappy. Hi, Ian, by the way. 14 is all your gaming. Nothing yet, but soon I will restore her to her true self, and you will help me to do so by conquering the adversary I present before you. me too, okay. Fun fact, you learn about Mitron from Emmett Selk and MSQ. I don't remember him mentioning a Mitron. Mitron? Mitron? Caught up on the streams on YouTube? Let's go, Ian. Let's go. I've been editing the 5.0 one. I'd say it's a little under half done, the video. And I've just been crying. So I had a good pre-stream cry. I'm good. I'm fine. Don't worry. Mitron. Thank you, Blair. Oh, it's his little side dialogue where he discusses the names of the 14. Ah, I must have missed that one. He mentions Mitron. Gotcha. I need help. Which pizza should I get? Barbecue? Ultimate pepperoni? Crab Rangoon? Bro, crab. Yeah, the same. Bro, crab. Absolutely, bro, crab. Pepperoni ultimate. Pepperoni savage. No, I vote the Crab Rangoon. Are you kidding? I knew it was risky trusting an Asian, but we played right into Mitron's hands. Oh, fuckery music has begun. We'll do whatever it takes to save Gaia. Agreed. There's no telling what kind of danger she's in, but wherever she is, I know she's giving her all. Even though we're apart, we'll fight as one. Obra Dinn is a master. Obra Dinn has come up so many times, Nibelung. So many times has Obra Dinn been mentioned in my stream. Basically since maybe a bit before I did Outer Wilds even, Obra Dinn has come up. With that many recommendations, I'm gonna have to check it out eventually. Together, we'll bring an end to Mitron's wicked schemes. I vote for FF16. What? When is FF16 slated for release? And it's probably gonna be PS5 only, right? I'm gonna have to buy a PS5. The things I do for content. Looks like Mitron's grip on Eden has loosened somewhat, perhaps to allow me to send you to the battlefield. When's Omori stream? Bro, I did Omori. It hurt. Watched a friend play Obra and had a lovely time. Recommended. Gotcha. The Crab Rangoon has a sweet and sour sauce drizzled on it. Ultimate pepperoni has cream cheese, banana pepper mixture. Barbecue pork has pork smoked over 24 hours. Oh, those are all amazing. I still say crab, but those are all amazing. Once you get there, don't let your guard down. While this may be a reenactment of a moment in history, the threat you face is very real. Whatever happens, you must make it through this. Gaia's counting on us. Perline, happy Friday. You made it, gamer. You made it. Obra Dinn is an investigation logic puzzle.
Such devastation.
Once you pass through the eureka moments of connecting the dots, you can't just forget them and replay it later. That, you just described Outer Wilds. You literally just described Outer Wilds. Listen, I may be a walking ad for Final Fantasy XIV, but I am also a walking ad for Outer Wilds. If you like 14, play Outer Wilds. God damn it. Okay? Play Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is such a good game. Such a good game. And then when you play it, go watch my full VOD on YouTube and cry with me. Boop. Outer Wilds is on your streaming list for next year? It better be. Outer Wilds is so good. The zoom on your face? I'm serious. I'm serious. Serious zooms for serious statements, Perline. Are they similar in any way? Basically, Outer Wilds is a little pocket universe and you're trying to solve a mystery. And it's the same thing with the the logic puzzles is once you know them, you can't unknow them. And it's very impactful to how you play. It's great. It's great. It's a great game. That reminds me, I need to finish your Omori playthrough. I'm so sad. I lost one of my VODs for Omori, and I also lost one of my VODs for Final Fantasy. I lost Ardbert's Adventure, the 6.1 patch. Sag. Everyone's ready? Let's go. Minimum item level, no echo. Litany. The Asian Metron appears before you and not only reveals the true nature of Eden, but also claims to share a past with Gaia. The shadowy visitor lures you into Eden's core where Gaia is spirited away. To have any hope of rescuing her, you must comply with the Asian's demand to reenact the fateful battle between the Warriors of Light and the Shadowkeeper. Here we go. If you like to get emotionally devastated, it's the perfect game. That applies to Omori or Outer Wilds. I don't know which one Moon was talking about. Oh, cool.
So this all took place 100 years ago.
Silva.
What does it have to do with Gaia?
What? I don't remember Silva looking like this in the... Water and water, water, water and water. I don't remember Silva looking like this in the memory. Not being able to forget solutions is the bane of most puzzle games. From the top of my head, the only non-randomized one that escaped is Portal 2, because you replayed for the dialogue, not the puzzles. True. Guess who got gifted a Steam Deck? Brilliant! Congrats on the Steam Deck! That's hella exciting. You have to play Final Fantasy XIV on your Steam Deck. We got Gaia puppy, we did, Ian. Oh, that makes sense, Gokisar. That makes sense. Water and water and water. Something tells me there's gonna be a tail attack. I want to be on the side for when that drops. Ooh, I am the Shadowkeeper. There's no escape from me. None shall escape shadows. That was pretty crazy. There was a tail attack. Oh, he got me? Bruh. The minute I look at chat for 2 seconds. I'm mad. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, Shadow Clone Jutsu? Kagebunche no Jutsu! Wait, they have zoomies. The little shadow clones.
Sloppy!
Dude. The streamer's curse, truly, Ian. I just want to read chat. They're giving me hard mechanics. Fade to shadow. Do, 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 do. Okay, circle AoEs off those, okay. Oh! We Dark Souls now! Or not Dark Souls, we Elden Ring now. Oh, why did I melee combo? What is that yellow thing? I've never seen that telegraph before. Right, Giga Slash! No, thank you. Malekith, the black. That's exactly what I was thinking. Malekith, the Black Blade. Controversial opinion? Maybe not controversial opinion. I'm not the only person that thought Malekith was hot, right? Please don't judge me. Ah! Okay, judge me for getting hit by that, but not for my opinions. Looked at chat again. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, they got it. Y'all got it. I'm gonna sit out here. Maybe I shouldn't sit out here. I'm gonna come join you guys. He's a little fine. All right, thank you. Thank you for justifying it. It was a line tank buster. Oh. Shadow. Oh, I see. I get it now. I understand what I'm supposed to be looking for. I didn't understand it the first time through, now I do. Yeah, now I get it. Sorry, Spess, I love you, but I cannot hear you right now. I'm doing the content. Love you. I don't know what Spess just asked me. If I can't look at chat, I can't look at Spess. Them's the rules. Backward shadow implosion. Oh, I didn't get hit by it. Let's go. Fade to shadow. I'm impressed Terra hasn't died yet. Listen. Listen here. Oh shit, we lost a tank. I got them. Whoop, that hurts. And a moon. Chat, don't headbutt me. I'm trying to focus. Void kill.
Terry, I know you want to look at chat.
I really do. I really do, Non. Thank you for the videos. I really, really do, though. Do not bully me. Left shadow. So the shadow ones come out twice from the looks of things. Woo! Not again! Okay, so it's gonna be this one. Water and water. Oh, it's so far away. forward shadow implosion. Oh boy! That's what I was afraid of. Ooh, we lost one. They got the raise off, okay. Water and water. I'm going for it. Hee-haw. Ver flashbang. Thank you for the rescue. I definitely chose a bad place to get animation locked. Ooh. That clutch rescue, it was perfect. That was a perfect rescue. Holy shit. The animation lock on Ver Flashbang is so long. Content enjoyer Giga Chad. Hi guys, I missed you. GG's, thank you, thank you. That was fun. I like that one. Also, where did we land on Malekith being hot? I don't know if I missed the full conversation. I'm looking for validation. I'm looking for you guys to tell me it's okay. You absolutely were not alone there. Malekith had mad foxy grandpa energy. Thank you. Thank you. Same brain. Give me all the things. Greed all the things. Red Mage is kind of confusing at first. Yeah, it's just a balancing act. It's just totally a balancing act. Wait, are we need rolling on the things? I think we might be need rolling on the things. Whoopsies. I should be need rolling. You got a stream deck, not a Steam deck. You can understand my confusion plainly, right? Right? Which size did you get? I have the like, what is this? 3x5? It's nice. I wish I had the big one. I wish I had the big one, but it's expansive. It's needlessly expansive. Blue Mage is your bread and butter. I cannot wait to do blue content, dude. Relationship with MSQ? Over. Now blue content is my best friend. What's a stream deck? Never heard of it? It's this little baby. This little baby. And I can press it to do things like, like, goodbye. With stream over. Like this kind of thing. And then we can come back. It's useful. It's very useful. Yes, blue is so much fun. Plus your hair is already on brand. Exactly. I'm already ready to be a blue main. All right. Helps you with that stuff. Yeah, you can do a lot of different things with it as well. Like I have my like my panic button with this to turn off my redeems right on my stream deck. And then I gotta wait for them to turn off so I can turn them back on. Whoop. Can't wait for blue to get to 80. Do we know if that's coming in 7.0? End screen. Like shout out friends, end screen. There's so many different things you can do with it. It's great. You and I have the same size Steam Deck. I have the Mark II, which is not very different, but also very happy. Yeah, this one's like 2 years old at this point. One of your friends convinced you to try Red Mage when you finished leveling blue. Made glam for Red Mage, completely blue. You're evil. You're unhinged. Blue 80 will be 6.4, likely. Maybe even 6.5. Oh, that's so exciting. No better time to get into blue. Why does this all seem so familiar? Ugh. Metron's returned Gaia to us, but I have a feeling this isn't over yet. More. Let's get some spell speed. Let's get some spell speed. Let's diversify a little bit. Ah, yes, look, my lesbian daughters. I love them so much, Perline. I want them to kith. I want them to kith. And be in love and be happy. The Warriors of Light. The Shadow Keeper. I've seen this all before. Yo, Ian, thanks for being wholesome. And ultimately level up blue, but it's good. It's good for you. I love them so much, Tara. You have no idea. I will know soon. Don't worry. Oh my god.
Altheans, you did not drop a primer before following. Hello?
You're my superstar.
Oh no, the alerts went off backwards. Thank you for following and priming immediately. Welcome in. Hello? Appreciate you so much. That's so sweet. You love to see it, dude. My heart. I remember them saying all the LL after the launch, they want to do more blue, but made no promises for 6.x. LL. Oh, after the live letter, they want to do more blue. Got you. They're not promising it, but they're like, it's on their horizon. No confirmation yet. Okay, people are just theorizing. Oh, man. Altheans, that's so sweet. Thank you again. It's good for you until everyone conveniently goes deaf because you need Omega spells. Izagi, listen. 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 Depending on the desire for it, we might have regular blues days, okay? We might have regular blues days where we do coils and we get our Morble mount, okay? We will get the blue spells. We will get the blue spells and we will do the blue content. Not calling out you, Terra. Okay, calling out your free company. Yeah. I want to do blue, but there's so much content still I need to do. I don't know. That would be awesome, right? Blues days. I also want to do blue content. Blues days. I had the idea and I was like, dude, I want to do blues days because I always stream Tuesday, right? So we could make every Tuesday, maybe not the full stream, but at least part of the stream, like part blues day. Depending on time, if you need more blue people, I'm in. Let's go. Blues days. Blues days. Chatters, gamers, blues days. Suvu, hello Terry, lovely community, hopping in before veg and after this blessed day. Me and bet a cat dad today. I love cat dads. Suvu, I love you. I hope you have a good sleep. Thanks for saying hi. Still have the quest line. Yes, Diod, we're getting to that. We're absolutely getting. Wait, lore-wise, should we do it first, or should we finish Eden first? Is it okay? Like, is it going to be like disjointed if I do it after? I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure we can do it after. Finish Eden first? Okay, good. Yes. You and I joined our power as one to create the Shadow Keeper. We bore witness to its battle with the Warriors of Light. Eden first. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, good. Our power? So I was there and I wasn't alone. No, Gaia, it's not true. It can't be. How can you have been there 100 years ago? Look deep inside. You know it is real. You know it was real. Cast aside those worthless memories and embrace who you truly are. Worthless? Now I see. This is why you've been tampering with my memories ever since I was a child. Just so. And now, I possess the means to purge them entirely. Your rebirth will finally be complete. You have no right to deny me a life, to rob me of what I hold most precious. My memories may seem worthless to you, but not to me. I will never be yours. My place is here, in this world, in this life, in this moment. Wherever my friends are, that is where I belong. She's so cute! I love her so much. Nodders. Same Perline! Gaia, you tell him, Queen! We stand Gaia here. You can get Blue Mage shoot. You should. Blue Mage content. I didn't see any Eden references. Okay, good. Eden is as mandatory of content as Alexander and Omega. Not required, but doing yourself a major disservice for passing. Absolutely, Ian. The side content in this game is just as strong. Okay. The side content in this game is amazing. Maybe not just as strong as the MSQ, but it is fucking amazing. And you are absolutely doing yourself a disservice if you don't do them. Then you would turn your back on our glorious past, on the lives we once lived. Any past I may have shared with you is long gone. I live in the here and now, striving to build a better future, and I'll be damned if I let you take that away from me. Hammer time! Let's fucking go! Gaia smash! Have I done Shadowbringers Alliance raid content? Near raids? Nope, that's next week. We're doing near raid next week. To be reunited at long last, only to be shunned. Would that I had died with you, to be reborn.
Even without knowledge of your past, we may yet forge a future together. I'm sick of your riddles. Speak plainly or not at all. You and I fought the Warriors of Light as one, joined in both body and soul. When Ardbert struck his final blow, the light tore through the bonds that held us. Though you perished, I was condemned to a far worse fate. Mitron, she is 16, right, Spade? She is 16, sir. For side content, we have options. We got your shonen anime, we got your high school anime, we got your isekais, we got your beach episodes, filler arcs, existentialism. This game is something for everyone. It really does. The only near content I'll see Terra do until I'm 100, and Terra decides to play Automata. True, Jolly, true. Leveling blue to 70 can be done in literally 1 hour. Hard part is getting the spells. Yes, especially from like the harder extremes and trials and shit like that. The side content in this game is stronger than MSQ content in certain other games. Exactly, Izagi. In general, trial series raids and alliance raids are good content to do. I think the only exception to that rule is Yorha, but that gives us 2B glams. So yeah, I mean, Nier's just there for the glams. Let's be real. Let's be real here. She's a reincarnated ancient too? I never would have guessed. Didn't I literally say that, Izagi? My flesh became my prison, and I was cursed to remain here, an abomination, while you lived on with others at your side. I will suffer it no more. You belong to me. Ooh. Ooh, not the possessive ex-boyfriend. Oh, that ain't it, buddy. Oh, no. People aren't your possessions, all right? People aren't your possessions. Even if you're dating them, they're allowed to live their own lives alongside you. That is the whole point in a partnership. Terribly, I'm just saying, okay? I don't know who needs to hear that. Get yourself a few max level blue friends, dunk on those extreme primals. Hell yeah, Ian. Some spells are a pain to get. I also really need to farm tomes. Like, I'll do it off stream because it'll just be brainless, like either running Prey or like Brave Locks. But I need to farm tomes before it's over. I need mounts, dude. Terra, guess the next fight? Daasian. I actually don't know. I too was once held against my will, robbed of my freedom. To be trapped and alone for 100 years, I can't begin to imagine the pain you must have felt. But that doesn't give you the right to deny Gaia a chance at happiness. Thinking emoji? We once knew happiness, true happiness, until fate conspired to tear us apart. I will never let that happen again. We shall be joined as one, my memories, yours, together for all eternity. I hate him. I hate him. We killed this man's. He could never guess what the next fight is. Oh my god, it's 3 Xenoses in a trench coat. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. We told you the straights are at it again. Ooh, cringe. The darkness, it's rising within me. No! Ooh, it's like a briar thorn. Is that a word? Is that a real thing? That mark. No! Ooh, it's shiny. Shut the hell up. Don't judge me. It's a real word, okay. Oh, is she a Capricorn? You're a Libra, aren't you, darling? Terry, your jokes are fucking killing me. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'll stop. I want you to live, Perline. He's even got the shitty ex-boyfriend chin stubble. Ian, not that ain't it. Oh no. She's Lady Briarwood, Mitchell. 3 Xenos in a trench coat. Xenos is a gunbreaker main? Correct, Ian, correct. I missed out on a fight with 3 times Xenos in 1 trench coat? Yes, you did. What is this? Why am I... Hold on, Gaia. Whatever it is, you mustn't give in. She's a baby Asian, dude, but we called it. I mean, what? No! Who are you? Yes, yes. Now nothing will keep you from me. Quick, give her the diary! I am yours, and you are mine. Nar, dude. Nar. I don't like this. Gaia, wake up. I don't like this. Hey, we fought this fight already. Oh, it's all mangled. Wait, this looks exactly the same as when Laha Bread and... Oh, fuck, who was the other one? Oh, she got yeeted so fast, I don't remember her name. Oh, shit, I'm a bad person. Iggy, Laha and Iggy, thank you guys. It's exactly the same model. We are one. We remember. So it's true. Gaia really is a reincarnated Ascian. Isn't that the symbol from Kingdom Hearts? Gala, no! The mask is different, but yes, it's the same model. Yeah. When the Ascians fusion, ha, beep, it becomes that. Oh god, it's Persona 4, oh no! Last time we saw it, the mask was a cleaner split of their masks rather than a horrific mangling like that one was. I think it's to do with the way the transformation went through. It wasn't exactly a willing one on both sides, so it's this really mangled looking mess. The girl you once knew is no more. The Ascian who held the seat of Logriff is all that remains. Gaia is her true name. Headache with pictures! Wonder Twin powers activate. Oh, it's time for a Kingdom Hearts episode. Which one's Xehanort? Oh, Logriff, how long has it been? How long have I dreamed of this day? Wait, she was way less Bratz doll. What happened? She still got the thick ass lips though. Is that you, Mitron? Forgive me, I didn't recognize you. In my defense, my memories have only recently been restored. My mind is still a little hazy. Me playing Org 13 music on my Bard in the Gold Saucer right now. Terra will also never guess Mitron's true name. True, I will not. Head empty, no thoughts. Do you remember Emmett's true name? Hades. Of course, how could I forget? All of them are Xehanort. If we want to be true to KH lore, so true. I can't wait for Gaia's nobody and Heartless to shut the hell up, you guys. Hardly surprising. No matter how many times we are reborn, it is disorienting to have everything change around you. Even so, is that crumpled statue Zodiark? I didn't get a good look at it. I think it had the like the curvy, like outside ribbon design thing. That might have been an image of Zodiark. Even so, I immediately recognized your resplendent soul, and I cling to the hope that one day you will likewise remember mine. You always were a forgetful one. Is it because she's queer? Do we all have holes in our brain? Are we all forgetful? Forgetful beings? Is that a queer thing? It probably is. And what is Hades from? The critically acclaimed indie video game where you romance gods. Right? Damn, Zodiac got curves. Sure does. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, even though I just drank. The persons they were before are replaced with memories that were encased in crystal. Gotcha. Nah, it's just a human thing. Okay, fair. I got mad goldfish memory. I can't remember if I'm forgetful or not. And what is Gaia from? Who told Gaia it is her name? Fairy. I'm not drawing connections. I should be tuned. I'm sorry. My brain really empty. I'm really like hyper today. Zodiark thicker than Xenos confirmed. True. I could never forget you, try as I might. But tell me, what do you know of my past? I admit, my memory may need refreshing. Yep, Zodiark. Okay! We've been shown this statue at least a couple times before, and that is Zodiark. Cool, cool, cool. We served together as members of the Convocation of 14, dedicated to the summoning of Lord Zodiark. Head empty, just queer. Exactly. I'm worried about leading you, so I'll shut up now. Yeah, if I don't got it by that point, I'll get there eventually. Right now, head empty. Her family is gone, and the fairy has whispered her name to her. Yeah. Dehydrated Zodiark? You did not. You did not. Dude, speaking of dehydrated, rehydrated Ganondorf. Oh, have you guys seen rehydrated Ganondorf? Ooh. Lord have mercy, rehydrated Ganondorf is hot. Freeze-dried Zodiark. Although the task assigned to you eventually fell to Elidibus. Yes, I remember. Amidst the chaos and despair, you never left my side, my loyal protector. But in the end, it was in vain. I was powerless to prevent Hydaelyn from tearing our world asunder. Why does she look so aloof? So I heard from Emmett Selk. We labored to make our world whole again. That's why he restored my memories, so that I can play my part. Our part. Alone we struggle, but by joining your power with mine, we may yet succeed. My power? You always were one for flattery. Oh, I assure you, I am quite sincere. It would be my honor to serve the cause alongside you, and I shan't take no for an answer. Ew, oh, yeah. Mitron, you're giving such ugly, gross vibes. Ew. The honor is mine. For as much as I chide and tease you, you are everything to me, my inspiration. When I'm with you, I fear nothing. Promise me that we'll never be parted again. Oh, this complicates things. Oh no, dude. No, I hate this. I was so content to hating Mitron. Motherfuck, dude. Why can't any of the Ascians just be evil? Why can't any of them just be evil, dude? That makes me so sad. That makes me so sad because obviously Gaia wants to live her own life in the new world that she's created, but Mitron is going off of this when she's like, promise me we'll never be parted. How do I not remember this scene? It hurts, dude. This scene sucks. Well, it doesn't suck. It's amazing, but it hurts. This sucks. This sucks. I'm sad. Oh, we can never have a completely evil villain. Asahi. We can have one as a treat. Asahi. Just Asahi. Oh, man. Is it tears time? This bums me out. Is this the raid scenes? Yeah, it is, Flammy. It is. You're literally complaining that the story is too good. Dion, yeah. I am. I actually am. Oh, man. I promise. Even should fate conspire to separate us, I will reach out to you, wherever you may be. And I will come running. Oh, I'm sad. No wonder he was so frustrated. No, why couldn't he be one-dimensional? I'm sad, dude. I've done the normal ones, but I might have skipped those in haste to raid Savage. Hey, come join with us. Experience it through us. Dark times before the 1 week delay. Vidota. It's cute, but also literally kidnapping a teenager who no longer remembers this is still objectively wrong. I agree, Perline, but it's not black and white. Everything in this game is so gray. Everything in this game is so morally gray because he's just fulfilling her promise. Is it still her promise if she doesn't remember it? Like, I don't know. We were destined to find each other, to awaken our buried past and be born anew. And is it her? Are they the same people, right? We had this exact conversation about Suyu, I know. Though our brethren employ crystals to return sundered souls to their office, without them, such a feat was beyond my reach. But by becoming one in mind and body, my memories are yours. At last you have awoken. Now, the time has come to restore our world to the utopia it once was. Let Gaia go. You are not worthy to speak that name. If you must call her anything, use the name chosen by her parents, if you even know what that is. No, to me, her name is Gaia. And nothing you say about her makes any difference to me. I don't care if she's an Ascian. She's my friend. Was your friend. Never again will she answer to your cries. But this sucks for Motrin. Motrin? Metron! Motrin, the headache pill, the pain reliever. This sucks for Metron, dude. Motrin, shut the hell up. He is a bit of a headache right now, not gonna lie. Oh my fucking god. I need fan art of Motrin. Now you know why he was in her head the whole time. He was just a headache. Oh my fucking god. I'm so glad I stuck around long enough to hear you say that. I actually have to go. Perlene, I love you. Catch you next time. Poor Motrin is even part of this and getting shafted. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Okay. This game is so good at putting me in positions that I don't feel good about, despite them being necessary. Literally, end of 5.3, I was like, but I don't feel good though. We did it, but why don't I feel good? We won't give up on her. You were spoiled on the 15 seats name, Motrin. Your wicked schemes have gone far enough. We're taking Gaia back. Accursed servants of light, you will not tear us apart again. Eh? Oh, he's giving her the ick. What is this? Visions in my mind? A summoning? On the subject of 14 lines that sound like medication, how about Zelfatol? Absolutely sounds like medication. All your hopes and fears turned against you. There is no hope to escape from your past. Our cat boy's getting ready. Our cat boy's getting ready. He's doing some push-ups. He's getting fit. He's getting fit and ready for what's to come. Meringue sounds like the best kind of medication, not gonna lie. It sounds like a strain of like the devil's lettuce. That's artificial sweetener, Zelfatol. Do you want some sugar? No, I actually prefer Zelfatol, thank you. It's a much healthier sweetener. No, my memories, they're being used to fuel a summoning. Is this how it feels to have the fairy inside my mind? To think Gaia had to endure it for so long? Her memories to summon something? Who? What does Reen even remember? You're right. However bad this is, it's nothing compared to what she's going through now. But if the summoning really is based on my hopes and fears, it will most likely create a foe unlike any you've ever fought before. Whatever it may be, I believe in you. We'll find a way through this, I know it. Coffee biscuits! Can it please be sentient coffee biscuits? It's all Reen knows. Eden's promise. Coffee biscuits. Anamorphosis. Oh no, what's happening to me? Beep, boop, 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 boop. M coffee biscuit. Ah, ready, check. King Moogle Mog. I wish, dude. Give me remade King Moogle Mog. I would be so happy. Good King Moogle Mog, a good King Mog, Lord of all the land. Having been forcibly fused with Motrin, Gaia is on the verge of being lost to you and Reen forever. To make matters even worse. What a cute cat boy. The Ascian draws on Reen's memories to summon forth a foe born from her greatest hopes and fears. Though you have no way of knowing what powers it may possess, it must be vanquished if you are to stand any chance of freeing Gaia. Let's get it! Some people would scream from trauma at a coffee biscuit raid. Honestly, true. Summoning a second Thancred, maybe? Like, I have something I want to try. Ian?
I know this place. It's the jail in Yulmore.
Oh, shit. VOD 3-2! Electric Boogaloo! Of course it's Ranjit! Oh, God! The Fate Breaker.
Whatever stands in our way.
Oh shit, it's Ranjit with a gunblade!
Never give up hope.
Dad, wait, it is Thancred! It's Thancred and Ranjit! Thanjit! No, not Thanjit! Battle of the Dads 2. Electric Boogaloo. Let's fucking go. Daddy issues the primal. You did not. Thanjit or Rancrid? Rancrid makes it sound like he's like rancid, so I prefer Thanjit.
I'm the only one fit to protect her.
With Thancred voice. Oh god.
To think that this could be born from my memories.
That creature is passing on its ether.
With the Ranjit Drago.
How about you?
Whoa! Wait, what happened there? It double exploded. I glanced down at my bar at that exact second. Bound Faith. Somebody's tethered? Oh, okay.
You're not going anywhere.
Oof. Burnished Glory. Okay, just a raid wide. Powder Mark.
A feeble shield.
I was actually gonna say it sounds like a tank buster. Emblazoned with a mark that will cause you to explode when the effect expires.
How about you?
How about you? Whoa! Yeeted in 3, 2, 1. You thought, Vigil? You thought. Bound of Fate.
You're not going anywhere.
Are they gonna be okay? Oh yeah, they're fine. They're fine. Turn of the Heavens.
Light claim you.
I sense a surge in the ether.
Oh, I don't like this. Okay. It was fine, actually. It's probably not going to be fine when they combine that with other mechanics later on in the fight. I think I heard battle voice. I'm gonna embolden.
Come, show me your strength.
Shifting sky.
Beast of my blood, answer my call.
Oh! It's fine. Narrator, they were not fine. We are fine. We're fine. It's all fine. Ah! Yeah, we're fine. Okay, I get it. The fire one, you gotta go close, or it'll give you the boop. It'll give you the bibbity bop. I get it now. I see now. This is the passion of my raid mechanics.
Let's try something else.
The blade is imbued with light.
Uh-oh. I'm sure it's fine.
How about you?
Woo! If anyone has played Demon Souls, this theme sounds a lot like Tower Knight. I hope that was okay what I just did.
The light will cleanse your sins.
It has a similar vibe to like the Tower Knight. I think his name was Tower Knight. It's been so long since I played OG Demon Souls. It does, yeah. Okay, I'm glad someone at least hears it.
So strong. I can't sense anything else.
Shadow Dad Crid. Oh wait, no, that's somebody else's shadow. Oh, what? I'm glad I just followed the pack. Senior Vothri or Ranji's noodle friend? Ranji's noodle friend, yes. In Battle of the Dads, he uses noodle friend a lot.
A feeble shield protects nothing. Light claim you.
Burn strike. So this is the one that has the boop. So I have to be close enough to not get booped.
How about you?
And then here comes the boop. Nice. Oh, we lost one. This one does AoEs, I'm pretty sure.
How about you?
Yep, AoEs. Cool, okay. I like how quick you are, or how quick it is to like learn a mechanic. You basically only really need to see it once, and as long as you're fully absorbing, like you'll probably get it by the next time you see it. Hydration is key. I should drink some water, actually.
A feeble shield protects nothing.
Turn of the heavens.
Light claim you.
Dude, thanks for hydrate. I'll get to that one sec. Oh, 3 seconds unemboldened. Come on, I'm at max mana. There we go.
How about you?
Ooh, is this Bard? I don't know if I've seen Bard.
You're not going anywhere.
That was pretty cool. Bard LB3 kind of cool. I love how it changes the entire sky for that rain of arrows. Pretty cool. Never seen that one before? Me too, that's why I was so excited when the Bard pressed it.
A feeble shield protects nothing. Light claim you.
I'm stunned how that somehow combining two father figures didn't make the ultimate daddy, right? Well, to be fair, Ranjit, not very daddy to begin with. I blame Ranjit for the failed fusion. Father figure is not equal to daddy, exactly. Joktal, when did you sneak in here, by the way? Hello? Hello? Joktal, welcome in. Good to see you.
She deserves all the happiness in the world.
Aww. Aww. Oh, my heart. Thancred wins. Ranjit put all his points into Cool Dragon, not Daddy. Correct. Correct, correct. Beep. 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 Bard LB3 is good? Yeah, that was really cool. That was really cool. Mac? Mac, did you sneak in here? Hello, Maxtifer? So, this is the way of the Ascians, to use the memories of our loved ones against us? Yeah, kind of low blow, dude. Ike, hi! That fragmented souls should triumph over their fears while we succumb to ours, thereby setting our star upon a course of ruin. That inferior beings such as you should succeed while we failed. It defies all logic. They match. Now's your chance. Gaia's still in there, fighting to free herself from Logriff's will. Even now, you would defy us? We will remove every last vestige of your meaningless mortal existence. No, grab them. No, take them. Take them with you. Pick them up. They're getting away. Gaia's memories. They're being destroyed. Impurities must be purged. We shall begin by erasing you from her past. Then, by your deaths, erase you from her future. There is no place for you in our utopia. I love how it's all the memories of Reen being cute. I noticed that as well. We may be mere mortals, our souls fragmented, but our existence is not meaningless. And you should understand this. Before you awoke as an Ascian, you lived as one of us. You had your own memories, and surely they mean something. The lives you led can't all have been for nothing. To we who have known perfection, they are less than nothing. Compared to yours, our lives may seem insignificant. Nevertheless, we live them to the fullest, and though it may take us 1,000 years, we have the potential to build a world every bit as wonderful as yours. But you won't even allow us a chance to live our own lives and forge our own future. Whatever you forge will inevitably crumble to dust, but we are immortal, our legacy eternal. If our world cannot be made complete as it once was, we will create a perfect moment that shall last forever. By our hand shall our paradise be made, where there is no beginning and no end. Eden's absorbing enormous amounts of ether. At this rate, the whole world will be drained. Uh-oh. Light and darkness, the elements of nature, all in harmony. A sublime utopia where time has no meaning. We shall become one with Eden, free to live in peace for eternity. No! Gaia! There's only one thing for it. I'll try to disrupt the balance of ether and create an opening for you. When the crazy ex confronts the new girlfriend. So true, Jogdol. I'm starting to think 100 years in tortured solitude wasn't good on Mitron's psyche. You're starting to think that, too? We can't let it end like this. It's up to us to save Gaia. It's all about love, friendship, and courage. Yeah! It was kind of a corny line. It was kind of a corny line, but I'm here for it. Dun, 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 dun. So we all agree we do not tell Thancred about this. He will hurt us. Dude, if there's a dialogue option in the future with Thancred being like, yeah, I fought a fused version of you and Ranjit one time. I'm telling him. Enter Eden's promise. Eternity. Wait, y'all done with push-ups? No more push-ups, Izagi? Before we get into eternity, this is the last one, right? Umbra, Litany, and Anamorphosis. Eternity. Before we get into this, I gotta pee. I gotta have a pee break. And anyone else who needs a pee break as well. Your eternal reward. Can't wait. Everybody go pee. If you can hear my voice right now, stand up, stretch, move your body a little bit, get some water. Maybe a snacky if you want it. Water and water and water, water and water and water. Okay, love you guys. See you in a minute. Whoop.
Enough, I guess. Or I wouldn't change.
Huh. Well, she was a fool then, Arthur.
Well, she put a lot of good years in on an outlaw. She definitely was a fool.
In these books,
Frey, how you
seems
doing?
so simple, but in reality, I can't make head nor tail of it.
Did she just lose clothing? Wait. Oh. Okay, we're fine. It's fine. She stepped on me. Step on me, Roxy.
No, I want teddy bear.
Oh, fuck.
I don't like balloons. For the people in the back, I don't fucking read books. I'm sorry. I'm a goddamn idiot. Okay, I can survive this. I think I can. I think I can. Oh! Just kidding. Just kidding.
Oh, you guys, did I forget to put the cooldown back on that? You guys, that's supposed to have a long cooldown. Hang on. Hang on. Let me go fix that right now. Before people start spamming. No! Why cooldown? Because this. Because this. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god. Okay. Whew. Whew. just keep playing while you guys repeatedly smash the key screen. Oh, sheesh. Okay. No, wait.
Looks so familiar. Oh my god, stop with the goop juice. It makes me want to gag. Goop juice. Woo! Marwick. You're doing all right, Marky? I'm happy to hear it. You, thanks, I hate it. You're welcome.
Who the fuck froze me before I was about to eat food? No, me.
It's like it's. I'm getting sucked. Fuck my ass.
Well, we're just gonna be schmoving on through. We're just gonna be schmoving on through. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm too scared to jump. I'm gonna die instantly after all this time waiting.
No. All right, I'm going back in first person.
Sweet mother. Easy, boy. Easy. Shit.
What is that? Oh my god! What is that?
Bad time for a reload is right. Imagine getting back on your horse.
You ain't scared nobody.
Imagine getting back on your horse and immediately crashing. Good morning. Well, my horniness is gone.
We gotta move fast.
Now I'm just sad. It's just like after masturbation. No, I'm kidding. Oh my god, no, I'm joking. No. That was in poor taste. That was so in poor taste. Remake Mr. Squeaky X mod. I'm excited for this, if it's what I think it is. Where I just found out that the dude who invented D&D lived in Wisconsin, which is fucking incredible.
Jesus Christ!
I need this. I need this. It doesn't completely invalidate how terrifying he is, but it helps, you know? It helps. It makes him more scary. I mean, you know what? You know what? Let's get Google in on this. Let's get Google in on this. I will accept defeat if Google pronounces it not the way that I pronounce it. Usually if you just search define pasta, it'll define the word for you and also give you pronunciation.
Pasta.
Ew! I don't accept defeat. I was quite certain that it would pronounce it my way.
Pasta. Pasta. Pasta.
Stop.
Pasta.
I hate it.
Pasta.
It's fucking pasta.
Pasta.
No, I hate this.
Pasta.
I hate this so much.
Pasta.
I'm closing this. I said I would be graceful in defeat, but no, I'm not. I'm not graceful. I'm mad. I'm mad. It is pronounced pasta. It is pronounced pasta.
It is pronounced pasta. I'm opening up this can of worms again. It is pronounced pasta. All right, listen here. Listen here, you little shits. Imagine not knowing English. Listen here, you little shit. All right, we did a ready check. We're ready. I've only heard pasta. Pasta. It's pasta. Who is he talking to? Get the fuck out of here, Golso. I will take away your diamond, so help me God. Pasta. I hate it. Samurai is sick. Samurai is fun. Very busy though, is what I've heard. Ooh. Pasta. I agree. Pesto? Ooh, pesto's so fucking good. Fuck all your pronunciations. I'm calling them noodles. Eden's Promise. Etrinity. Etrinity. Let's go. Macaron spaghettoni. Spaghettoni. That's what I'll call it from now on. Terra never gets past pasta. I don't. Ooh, ooh, that piano. I felt that in my bumhole. That was so nice. I'm sorry for ruining the moment with that phrase I just said.
Eden will become a utopia. One that we may share for all eternity.
What in the grape boobs? Grapes. What in the grape boobs?
Still in there.
Booba.
Somewhere.
Beneath all of the grape titties.
I won't give up on our future, Gaia. No matter what.
There's people in cages for thighs? Okay, this is the grossest design I've ever seen in this game. Where's the Gaia? Show me the Gaia. Where? Where is she? There's no more Gaia left. It's just grape titties and thigh cages. Oh, it does have simple and clean energy. You're right. Simple and clean is the way that you... No, oh no, absolutely not, Tim. Absolutely not. Head of a chia pet? I didn't even notice the chia pet. I was distracted by the grapes.
Unbound by past or future in this single perfect moment.
Grapes. I don't like the grapes. Oh, cool! Ramu time! Oh, time for Leviathan, 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 Leviathan. Time for Ramu again? Bestie, you already did Ramu. Hi, Sif, welcome in. Leviathan again. Boo! Get some better material. What spell from this grand selection shall I choose again? Choose the exact same spell. Ooh, double tank booster. How about an Addle? Wah! Good night, sweet prince. Ifrit, Ifrit, Ifrit. What did Ifrit do again? Oh dear God. Ouchie, wowa. Oh no, what did Garuda do? Those were fights from so long ago. So Garuda's Cardinals. Ifrit is north and south. Okay. It's no problem. Garuda's Cardinals. Yikes. Oh, we're done with that? Okay, we're done with that.
Must you interfere?
I must. I want Gaia back.
Utopia will only be complete.
Big grapes! Oh, little lions. The big grapes are like, I don't know. They're making me uncomfy, and I don't know why. It's like skin chunks. I don't know, it's grossing me out. Enhance the grapes. Like chunks of flesh, just like, I don't know. It's, I don't like it.
You've got to protect her memories. Hurry!
We need this boss in 4K at 7.0. Please no. Oh, the little TV screens with her memories.
Delicious, aren't they?
These are actually quite good.
Oh, there's mechanics.
See? Let's have another one. Heartbeat.
Such fragile things.
What happened to the other half?
Am I being erased from her memory?
Ardbert, what are you doing here?
I told you it would make a great necklace.
It's beautiful. I think it'll really suit you.
Me? But I thought you should have it.
Dude, this is so cute. Ardbert is contractually obligated to be in every memory ever.
They shatter. They fade.
You son of a... You sure casted. You sure casted.
Where did this come from?
If this goes on much longer, she'll forget everything.
Oh man.
We tire of your insolence.
How about
sloppy?
Shaped.
That's my color. Now, this one on the other hand.
They were talking lipstick. Fucking eyeball lasers.
What am I doing with this? I'd never wear this color.
No! We can't let this happen!
There's Zodiark down there as well.
You are unworthy of my utopia.
Who else is in the distance? There's the Organization 13. I know it's 14. The Amaratines. What else is around here?
We shall bring eternal harmony. Tranquility and vitality in perfect balance.
Homophobia the raid? It's just simple and clean. I know it's totally not, but it has similar aspects. Oh god, Ifrit and Ramu, so here. Hi Linny, got off work at the right time? Yes you did. How many cry? Not cry. Just wispy. Just wispy. Oh, again, Ramu and Ifrit. Oh shit. So wait, it's gonna be Titan. Earth and Fury. And then it's gonna be... And then it's gonna be... I don't know. I actually don't know what it's gonna be after this. Oh boy! Okay. Oh no, who are they releasing? Oh! I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just collecting Vuln stacks. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Shit, you really have to remember. Okay, Garuda, Leviathan, and Ramu. So it's gonna be like here? Oh, it's right there! Fuck! Vuln stacks, delicious. I love them. I'm back, welcome back, chat. Car mechanics, I love the people who did it. I'm very internally grateful. Let's go, chat. I saw something about getting your car back. Whoop. They fixed your window for free. Recharge battery, that's awesome. Okay, Ifrit, Ramu, Garuda. Wait, Ifrit and Garuda? Don't those two like directly... And Shiva.
Memories of ice.
Memories of ice. It's real diamond dust hours. Well, I'm just gonna have to eat this, unfortunately. I hope they're not double stacked on me. Whoa, away I go. All right, who's next? Oh, release. I don't know where is safe. Didn't they absorb Garuda as well? That's Leviathan and Garuda. It's gonna be like right here.
Now your memories belong to us.
Yeah, here comes the release. Oh, I was in slightly the wrong spot again. Dude, I cannot imagine this on Savage. Ramu, Leviathan, okay. It's gonna be like right here. I don't like the titty pine cone. Me neither, Zoe. Makes me very uncomfy.
Memories of Earth.
Memories of Earth. Big rocks. Ouch. Ah, there I go. I think I got a res off before I died. It's so fun on Savage. It's one of your favorite fights ever. Normal or Savage. Hi, Harold. Welcome in, by the way. And Zoe, welcome in. Special stuff on Savage. Oh, this might be the end. Ramu and... I made it. Ifrit and Ramu. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My mana is suffering! Ifrit, Leviathan. How's that gonna work? Leviathan. Is there gonna be like one tiny little spot right here? And then Shiva.
Memories of ice.
It's a dream. Thank you, Izagi. I appreciate you. Away I go. Oh my god! Ah! Jesus. Oh damn, I think I got double. I got doubled. Oh shit. Yeah, I was right. It is that tiny little spot. This is so fun though. This whole thing is one of the phases of Savage. Ramu and Garuda. Okay. So Cardinals and Circle. So that means it'll be safe like here.
Now your memories belong to us.
I was wrong! I was sitting on, I was sitting on one of the Cardinals. I thought I was on a diagonal. I'm so stupid. Oh, at least I got the res off on Ray. Savage seems easier than this? No shot. I should have looked at my minimap to have the Cardinals. How important is it? This is like the second fight now that has introduced Cardinals as part of a mechanic. How important is it? Should I think about moving this down here in this empty space? My minimap? I've noticed a lot of people have their minimaps down near their bar. And I'm wondering if maybe that's the reason. Quite important. Oh, people usually set markers on Cardinals. Okay. That's the way. Yeah, we did great. We did great, though. For Savage, you have more precise mechanics, but there's it's also more predictable. Oh. What are those? These markers seem a little off. Are they, though? They seem a little not quite right. Cardinals and intercards are very important, but we set markers in Savage if needed at cards and intercards. Okay. Also, map usually offers cues where to stand as well. You know what? I'm not gonna like it for a little while, but just for now. Just for now. Is that cursed? This feels cursed. This feels cursed. This is just the gate boss. The hard boss is after the phase that comes after this. Holy Jesus. This music is amazing, Jacob. Welcome in, by the way. You tried your map down at the bottom and hated it as well. We'll try it. We'll try it. We'll try it. I pressed the wrong spell. I'm sorry about that. I pulled. I thought I hit Barrero. I hit Barrero too. Whoopsie! Kick this red mage. They don't know what they're doing. Imagine pulling with an AoE skill. Could be me. Could be me.
We shall draw your memories from you.
Okay. Ramu. Ooh! Leviathan. 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 What are they gonna do next? Leviathan? This might be like scripted to go this way early on.
And they will be your opportunity.
Oh, the Cardinals are slightly off, like in the boss mechanic itself. Whoops. So those markers were actually correct. So I apologize for shaming you. I should not have bullied. Heavily scripted to help learning. That makes so much sense. No, I just emboldened you, Stinky.
Must you interfere?
All right, that's a pull. Someone needs to mod, then ban that red mage. Get out of here, acorn boobs. I don't like it.
Once you are erased from our memory.
Once you are erased from our memory.
You've got to protect her memories. Hurry!
You would defy us.
Oh, I like how they stomped on it. They stomped on that other platform.
Delicious, aren't they? These are actually quite good.
See? Let's have another one. Half each.
Whoops! I didn't mean to screenshot. Although,
Such fragile things.
maybe I did. Troubadour, what is that? Damage taken is reduced?
What happened to the other half?
Someone ate half my biscuit!
Erased from her memory.
There are worse things to screenshot this fight, such as fucking great boobs. A bard ability. Oh, I've never seen it before.
I told you it would make a great necklace.
It's like a little white orosite.
I think it'll really suit you.
Oh no! Two of us tried to adjust and it was almost disastrous.
They shatter. They fade.
I got my eyes on you guys. Okay. I was watching for the rescue that time. Hi Prey, welcome in.
Is this ice? Where did this come from?
If this goes on much longer, she'll forget everything.
Retire your insolence.
How about this one?
That's my color. Now,
Hi Panda.
This one, on
This
the
is
other
perfect for
hand.
a long day at work. Let's go. You guys made it to Friday. Tomorrow's New Year's. Oh, shh. Blur, you tried. You tried. I saw that.
This. I'd never wear this color.
No! We can't let this happen!
You are
One punch!
We shall bring eternal harmony.
I wish I had my mid. Do I not get it till 90?
Tranquility and vitality.
86.
Perfect balance.
Okay. It's the only mitigation the red mage has.
Why will you not disappear? No! Our utopias cannot fall!
Stock. This is Leviathan and Garuda. Okay, so it'll be like here. Maybe a little to my left.
Now your memories belong to us.
Yay! I was perfect. You also have Addle, but that won't work for that one. Got you. Garuda Ramu, so more like here. Junction Titan. So we have to deal with rocks first, and then we'll come back like there.
Memories of the ball.
Oh, Rapturous Reach! Yikes, that was close. I don't know if this is right. This doesn't feel right. Oh, there we go. Ramu and Ifrit. Ouch! I don't know if they stored any abilities. I wasn't looking. Okay, here it goes. Stalk. Ramu, Ifrit, so it'll be like here. And then Shiva.
Memories of ice.
Diamond Dust. Oh, I don't think I should be in that. I'm gonna get killed by it. Oh, shit. Here comes the release. Okay. Stock of Garuda Leviathan. I don't like it. I don't like Garuda Leviathan. That one stresses me.
Now your memories belong to us.
Leviathan, Ramu. Okay, that one's pretty easy. And Titan, of course. Okay, it's fine.
Memories of the past.
I was ready for Rapturous Reach this time. Nice, dude! Let's go! Oh, hell yeah! GG! Let's go. That was so much better. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Eden's Promise complete! I do better when I focus. Who knew? Who knew? Wind up Gaia? Wind up Gaia. All right, who got it? Who got the wind up Gaia? I'll kill you. No, I won't kill you. Let's go. This arena's so cool. Hang on, really quickly, I just want to see what other pictures I missed. Oh shit. I didn't see that one from the something city, I can't remember what the dungeon's called. Something of Amarat. Falling of Amarat? Calamity? End of days? I don't remember. Phase 3, aka the real boss, is Gaia. It's literally just Amarat. Is it actually just called Amarat, the dungeon? That's also from Amarat, where they're running for their lives. And we saw Zodiark. That's also Amarat. Amarat Teens. Organization 14. What is that one? Is that? I don't know what that one is. It kind of looks like the door that Emmett let us through, but I don't think it is. This is Amarat again, okay. Wait, it's all Amarat? Always has been. Also Amarat. Can you fall off this? Not that I'm about to test it. But that floor is pretty. Very cool, dude. Is it dead bun girl? You did so good! You did so good! You both did. Good job, gamers. Everyone left, so no group photo moment. It's their own fault. It's their own fault for leaving so early. Gamers, you missed group photo moment! It's okay, we can do it somewhere else. You can, but you respawn on top, okay. Gaia! Though Gaia is now free from Motrin, she remains unconscious. I assume you cannot trade triple triad cards. Did I seriously get no cards again? I'm never lucky. I just want cards, dude. I live for them. I live for the cards. She's gonna need a Motrin after Mitron. Absolutely. The Motrin has left her system. She's suffering the worst migraine as a result. She needs some milk. Not Motrin. I misspoke one time and now it's just Motrin forever. We did it. She's free at last. Or at least that's how it seems. She won't wake up. Gaia, I don't know if you can hear me or if you even remember who I am. But just give me a sign that you're all right. Please say something. Anything. You brought her back once before, you could do it again!
You have so much literal trash in your inventory. Nibble, don't look at, do not perceive my inventory, okay? I will deal with it when I deal with it. Most of it, in my defense, most of it is for the Dome and Enclave, but you can only sell $20,000 worth of things in a week, and I hate it. Let me sell more things. Let me sell all the garbage in my inventory. Wait, what's this? It's the necklace, but she said she left it back in the Crystarium. Maybe she likes it a lot more than she lets on. I suppose it does hold a lot of memories for the both of us. Wait, there might be a way we can use this to bring her back. Like an EpiPen, but crystals. Stab her in the thigh. Stab her in the thigh with it. She'll wake up. Try calling Gaia's name to bring her back to her senses. Is this gonna be a type in chat moment? Oh no, cringe. Oh no, cringe. I have to type in chat. I'm not sure how to reach her, but if she remembers the necklace, maybe she'll find her way back to us. I prefer the EpiPen idea. Gaia. Gaia, we're right here beside you. Come back to us. The necklace begins to glimmer faintly. She can hear us. I know she can. Now, all we can do is pray that she'll return. Critical! Me like you critical. Getsu needs to be uninvited. They got the card. True. Na, 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 na. Gaia, I know you're in there somewhere. If you're lost, I'll find a way to reach you. EpiPen. EpiPen. I swear. Crystal EpiPen to the thigh. I don't think they've developed EpiPens for possessive ex-boyfriends yet. But one day they will, Tutor. Ooh, that'll be a good future to live in. Where am I? Mitron. I'm finally free of you, it seems. Hi, Tara, want to pick up this? Absolutely. We usually take pictures at the end of our like little raids or trials, so shame on you guys for running away from group photo moment. Ah, dearest Gaia, that fate should part us once more. Becky Bones, I love you. Welcome in. Still, this is what you wanted. There's no need to be quite so upset. What do you mean? You've been released from Eden, free to be reborn. Perhaps one day, fate will bring us together again in another life. After all, you've already found me once, in spite of everything. I might even be the one to find you. I fear you will come to forget me, to forget the times we shared. Perhaps, after all, memories are such fragile things. That's why I'm planning to keep a diary. Even after I'm gone, my memories will live on. For future generations to discover. Yes, they'll read the tale of the girl bound by duty, and of her loyal protector, arrived in her hour of need. Perhaps you might leave out the part where that protector was the one who needed saving. You've grown strong, Gaia. If I'd found you sooner, then maybe... No, wait! Don't leave me!
until we meet again. Artemis. Whose name did I just... Well, never mind that for now. I need to get out of here, wherever he is. Aww. I feel as though there's somewhere I'm supposed to be, but I can't for the life of me remember where. You forgot his name was Artemis? Oh, my heart, dude. My god, those fucking heels, dude. How are you okay, Gaia? I would just sit down and accept fate. Like, that's, oh, to walk in those? Oh, yeah. That makes sense. I couldn't even stand at them right. The necklace. The statue the E12 bosses inspired is called Artemis at her temple of Ephesus. Ephesus? That's so cool, Demi. Thank you for that. What's this? Is this ice? It certainly looks like it, but it doesn't seem to melt, and it shines so brightly. I've seen this before. That's it. There was a girl. But what was her name? Reen? Gaia! Reen? I can hear you. I can't find my way out of here. Hold on. I'm coming for you. How very thankful of her. No, with his blade too. And they're hugging, dude. Do you know how many hugs I want in this game? You remembered. I could never forget you. Try as I might. Oh, man. Lesbians win the day. Oh, cool. The way Eden was completely overtaken. It's giving Fern Gully. So the ether that Eden had absorbed was returned to the land. Now, just like Metron, the empty can finally be reborn. Though it can hardly be called the empty now. It's a utopia. Becky, I love how you arrived just in time to cry. But now the first has tipped too much towards lesbian. A rejoining could happen at any moment. Oh man. Was more of a happy cry this? Oh, so much of a happy cry. Oh, so much of a happy cry, dude. Ah. A flood of gay is imminent. The whole raid series was a throwback to Final Fantasy VIII. What is the best Final Fantasy? And why is it 14? No, outside of 14. What is everyone's favorite? I've asked this a couple times, but I always like to know. I want to hold hands with lesbian aunties. Oh. 14. 4 and 6 for you, Shira. I could never forget you, try as I might. Logriff to Mitron, and then Gaia to Reen. I didn't even catch that, Ray. 9 is your favorite, Ian? Oh my, I'm gonna cry again. I think music plays such a powerful role in directing your emotions. So even though I'm happy, I'm like a little over the edge. A little over the edge of happy. Oh, I can't remember who the actress was, but it was during an interview, and she said if she's not between a 3 and a 7 on the emotional scale, like, or maybe it was a 4 and a 6. It was a small window. But if she's not between those windows on the emotional scale, she's crying, and that's me. If I'm too happy, I'm crying. If I'm too sad, I'm crying. You want to cry? Play 10? Yeah. I want to see what everyone else said. 6 came up a lot for you guys. 6, 7, 9. Personal favorite is 6. 10 for Panda. 6 for Athlenes. Wow, 6 is like the common denominator here, hey? Objectively, I would say 9, then 10. You started playing the Pixel remaster, so you have no idea. Yeah, for those that are new in the community, 14 is the only Final Fantasy that I've played, so I wanna go back. I wanna go back and have reverse nostalgia. 6 for Serena as well. 7, 8, 9, 10. Your childhood. You played them all in a row, Bale. Hey. I'm probably one of the few that holds 5 in high esteem, but I'm okay with that. Was 5 the was that the Magitech birth one? Because I think you're not alone in that, if that's the Magitech one. 6, 9, tactics, and 10. 14 plays music so well. They know what they're doing. They really do. Tara, want to try E12S? I do? Do I want to try it right now? What time is it? Oh, we got lots of time yet. We have lots of time. I don't know if I want to try it today. Oh, you like 10, Becky? Oh, we have our capstone. I want to take a little break and do the capstone quest for role quests. I just remembered. With Ciela. I was 5 when Final Fantasy 1 came out. I am so old. We are literally dust of the earth, Shira. 5 is the one with Bart's and more complex job system. Oh, okay. 6 and 9s are absolute amazing times. I hope you can get around to them. I fully intend to. Where can I leave pick on Discord? Arianda, and if you're not in the containment zone for Final Fantasy XIV, there's a roll react. It should have a little lock emoji. React with the cactuar there, and then it'll unlock for screenies. There's a screenshot and video channel. Gotta eat dinner, Lurk. Ray, love you. Enjoy Din Din. Generally a toss-up between 6, 7, 10, and 4. With some hardcore people 8 and 9. Yeah. Also tactics, but it's not technically mainline. Is it still canonical, the tactics story? Oh, representation. Hello. I love this crystal. This whole raid series was fantastic. Did I like Omega series more? Fight-wise. Did I like Omega series more? No. No. Eden. Story-wise... No. Story-wise, Eden. Fight-wise, Eden for me. Omega was fantastic, though, in both aspects. Did we get a screenshot yet? We did not. We did not. We should get one. We should get one. I can be let back in here, right? I just have to talk to the slipper. I'm gonna come out to Amarang. Oh shoot, where am I? Oh, I wasn't looking. Whew. Were you planning to do more EX trials today? Watch Soken video? I think I want to do both, G, yeah. I think I want to watch the Soken video and I think I want to do EX trials. But I want to do that job capstone before we get into those. 9 is like an homage to all the early Final Fantasies though. I think it deserves credit for that. It definitely does. And 14 is just like, hello, have you played Final Fantasy before? I think it's beautiful in the fact that I haven't played much of the Final Fantasies. Like I think I've said I've done like 10 hours of 10-2 and about that of 12. So not nearly enough to get my, where should we take it? What kind of backdrop do we want? Need a photo location. But yeah, I've had little baby experience in Final Fantasy, but this has just been such a beautiful, 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 beautiful entry. Terra about to play the entire saga? Dude, maybe. Genuinely maybe. Buy the vehicle? Buy the vehicle feels fitting. Right in front of the Sky Slipper or on the side of it? Let's go from this angle. Yeah. Gather round, y'all. I was inconsolable at the end of Omega. I was so happy for Alpha. Do you know what got me? There was two sides of Omega. There was two sides of Omega for me. The first side was the time travel resolution. The time travel resolution for I can't remember their names right now, but the two time lost lovers, we'll call them. And then beyond that was the Alpha moment. There were so many beautiful moments in it. Hello, I'm new here. Wanted to ask if there's a VOD channel as Twitch only saves them for 1 month. Actually, the first VOD is going to be from Heavensward. It's going up. Did I schedule it for tomorrow? Yeah, I think I scheduled it for tomorrow. And I'll be uploading everything from Heavensward up to now. I think I want to schedule them for every other day. So every other day, if you're not subscribed to the VOD channel yet and you're new here and you want to catch up on everything, every other day should be like a 6-hour or so VOD going up. So hop on. Do I have the command proper? I might. I think I need to update it. Yeah, there we go. So that will link you to both the main channel and the VOD channel. And they'll be every other day going up. It's gonna be nostalgic seeing my Heavensward VODs go up. It's wild. Thank you. Appreciate you, Elotech. Thanks for asking. Does the lion's nose look kind of sus to any of you? I didn't look at it. Okay. Should we have Ray honorarily in it? Like looking at us judgingly? Staring at us very, very judgingly? I kind of like it. It's kind of cute. Maybe I should see if I could do a little bit of lighting here. I haven't stepped into G-pose in a minute, so forgive me my clumsiness here. Where's a good orientation for the light? Let's choose this angle. Ba-na-na. And a little bit of backlighting. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Not bad. Not bad for a quick little G-pose moment. Not bad, not bad. Wait, Shira, are you not in? Shira, are you not in yet? First time watching, I came from your YouTube uploads. Watching people have all these big feels is my favorite way to relive the content. I'm glad you're here, Decoy. Welcome in. Whew. Wait, I should exit G-Post if they're gonna get in. Whoop. Chira. There you are. Aren't we all emotional vampires? We are. I have definitely become one. If you're in streams that are behind me, you'll probably see me in there. I'm not usually the most active chatter, but I'm there. It's wild. All right, back into G-Pose we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
I love you, bitch.
Oh, I don't like the placement of that light anymore. Boop. There we go. Eh. Love you too, Darby. Okay. Shall we do our capstone? Oh, what? You were still in the mount animation over there. There we go. Okay. Do your favorite emote? How about just a little smile? There we go. I gave you a little smile for if you're gonna jump into G-pose. Oh. Okay. Capstone? I'm gonna wait till you get into G-pose and then capstone. That was great, dude. That was great. I'm down to do the savages. I don't know if we'll do them level synced or unsynced. Probably unsynced. They'll probably still be challenging even unsynced. Not nearly as hard, of course, but... Hey, Waffle, how you doing today? Oh, what am I doing? I still have to go finish the quest line. Oh, I have that. I have that, actually. Thank you, though. I have that one. I have a glam built around that. Oh, I can't access it. So much of the dialogue in the steps with Serena's grandma is a lot more double meaning after Shadowbringers in 5.3. I know for sure I'm gonna do a new game at some point. Maybe not on stream, but at some point I'll do a new game plus. Leave a gift on screenshots. Discord? Oh, that is so cute. The little Lalas. Oh god, I need to change my default browser. You're gonna hear me say that 37 more times, by the way. Chrome is such a resource hog. I don't like it anymore. Relationship with Chrome ended. Opera GX is my new boyfriend. These are adorable. These are adorable. Hang on, I'm gonna pull them up on stream. These are fantastic. Look, 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 look. That's so cute, dude. That's adorable. The fact that they're Lalas makes it even cuter. Wind up Gaia and wind up Reen. La dollar beans? La dollar beans, sweetling. So cute. So cute. Thanks for sharing, by the way. VD, thanks for the follow. Okay, let's go finish off the quest here, and let's go to the capstone. And then if we have time, we can jump back into Extreme Tsukuyomi. I still want to clear that. They were roommates. Oh my god. They were roommates. Did anyone, okay, those of you that use TikTok, did anyone get the they were roommates person closure? Like, I got that on my For You page, and it wasn't that person that originally said, oh my god, they were roommates, but it was like a friend, a coworker, who asked them all the internet's questions and like gave us the closure we didn't know we needed. And apparently she knows about the meme, she's seen it, she loves it, but she just has no interest in being like an online presence. So she never like was like, yeah, that was me, they were roommates. You saw it too, Darby? It was the closure I had no idea that I needed, but I loved it. Are the VODs going to be only MSQ? It's going to be the entire VOD. Because so much is mixed in with everything, all the tech, it's going to be the entire fucking VODs. Everything that I've done on stream, it's going to be in there. So you can like skim through, you can watch the whole thing, put it on while you're studying or whatever. It's going to be every single bit of content I've done in 14. And they're unfortunately not going to be chopped down or anything, so you'll have to like fast forward through like BRBs and stream starting, stream ending, that sort of thing. But small price to pay. Just saw the bestest thing, a hole in the window screen with a spider web keeping the screen still functional. I don't like spider. I don't like. Found out the author of Little Women's was trans. Cool. Okay, where I belong. Let's finish this off. Let's close this off. Sorry, that's just a great view. Don't make me happy cry no more, you two. Don't make me happy cry. I still can't believe this is happening. It's a dream come true. I just wish the others were here to see it. Perhaps Gaia could pay them a visit and share the good news? Gaia can... Is it because technically Gaia's an Ascian? Like, I know we had that realization, but I'm like realizing that realization. I'm like fully realizing what we just learned. Gaia? But how would she do that? Well, Ascians can travel between worlds, can't they? I might be able to do it too, if I find a way to use my Ascian powers. May prove a bit tricky now that I'm separated from Mitran, though. She's a what? She's technically an Ascian. She does not have a crystal of darkness. She would have to die! But let her know. What if we kissed at the queer crystal? That's what I'm saying, sweetly. That's what I'm saying. It takes a bit to sink in that you now have a proper Ascian ally. Yeah, yeah. Well, to be honest, I'd like it if you stay in this world for at least a little while. We still have so much to do together after all. Like eat more coffee biscuits. Actually, I wanted to ask something. When you say the others, do you mean Thancred, the bookworm, and Eorzea, your knight in shining armor? Doi. You got him a little backwards there, babe. No, it's the other way around. Oh, is it? Seems my memory is even less reliable than it was before. The main thing is, the whispering in my head has stopped, so I shouldn't have any more bouts of amnesia. Even so, there's a part of me that'll miss hearing the fairy's voice. Hi, Bear! Thancred the bookworm. Was she unsundered or brought in? She was brought in. She was brought in. That's the talk that they were having, Decoy. Her and, well, I guess Artemis, technically speaking. I know how you feel, Gaia. Anyway, we've all been through rather a lot, so why don't we head back to civilization for some much-needed rest? All right, leave the piloting to me. Yes, Jolly's got the right of it. I know she insisted on piloting the Sky Slipper, but given her recent exertions, perhaps it wasn't such a good idea. I understand that keeping the Sky Slipper here allows us to save fuel from traveling all the way back to Mortsuk, but can't we just carry a bit extra? It's not easy crossing the desert in these heels, you know. I seem to remember you weren't too enthused when I suggested buying some nice, sensible walking boots. Come to think of it, maybe we should rest here for a while. You must be tired after all that piloting. I'm fine. Besides, I had the two of you to keep me company. It was over before I knew it. Taking in the scenery with the wind in my hair really helped clear out the cobwebs too. Perhaps I should see about getting my very own sky slipper. What? You can't just buy one? Even if you could, they'd cost a fortune. Oh, I'm sorry. That must be my Yulmorian upbringing speaking. I'll have you know, I'm almost as comfortable in more humble surroundings, like Mordsuk, for example. That reminds me, it's time we made our way there and told Yalford all about, well, everything. Control-Alt-Delete, hi! Welcome in! Who needs Guy to pilot the Sky Slipper when we can pilot it? True! Look at you go. Mordsuk. Hang on, is there a little unrevealed area in my map here? Oh, there's a couple. Let me fix that right quick. Let me fix that. There we go. Gotta get my map in the realm. That's content. 10 points of content, dude. If you want the Sky Slipper mount, E4S is really easy. Okay. There'll be time for Mount Farm. Oh man, that was great. I pity the humans that don't do the raid content. They need to be told. They need to be told. There's such good story in them. Are you running through the MSQ first, or are you planning on doing extra content before moving on? Right now, I'm saving my brain. I'm saving my brain and my heart, and we're doing a little of extra stuff right now. Whew. I need that sweep emote. I need that sweep emote. Wait. I didn't mean to talk to you yet. I'll decline the quest. Welcome back. I take it all is well in the empty. It is now. Not everything went quite as well as we planned, to put it mildly, but we managed to revive the ambient ether. Now all we need to do is wait for the changes to become widespread. Truly? Wonderful. Just wonderful. I shall share the tidings with our inner circle. And perhaps it is time more people knew of your expeditions as well. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation, but I'm sure it won't be long before we can allow members of the citizenry to make their own forays into the empty. Aw, crap, it's throwing me into a cutscene now. Damn it! Okay, well, we missed a tiny bit of extra dialogue. Oh well. We're still there's people who do the raid content and skip the story. Yeah, that's heartbreaking. They don't know what they're missing. Jolly, you're so anxious for me to get into Nier. You could always grab the first Nier quest and prep for next week. Jolly, we're doing the Nier raids next week. Don't worry. I'm not gonna suddenly not want to do it. Giving your heart a rest, but playing Eden, you're not safe in this game anywhere. I know, Joctal. Even Four Lords. I was like, everyone's like, yeah, it's a palate cleanser, Tara. It won't be that bad. I was like, okay, cool. And then I was kind of like, oh. Tara, I need to ask you something. May I DM on Discord? Absolutely, Shira. Absolutely. Is it an urgent thing, or should I check it out later? Some of the many high-end raiders do both. They just do them in reverse order. So they like do the content and then reverse watch the cutscenes? I repeat, I did not say Four Lords was safe. I am not guilty. Izagi, you're in fact the most guilty. Oh, it's not urgent. Okay. I ain't relinquishing my spot in the party with these raids. Jolly, it's 24, man. You'll be good. You'll be good. We'll probably have to fill the last few slots. I'm pleased to say that I too have some good news to share. Our investigators in Yulmore have finally found information pertaining to Gaia's true identity. Really? As it pertains to matters of a private nature, the information is being treated as highly confidential, so I haven't actually looked at it myself, but I imagine it includes Gaia's real name. I think she wants to go by Gaia now, doesn't she? I'm gonna cry again. To be honest, I'd prefer not to know. But why? You see, I've come to learn a lot about my past, even before my life in Yulmore. I know now that I'm the reincarnation of Logriff, an Ascian, and Mitran, the one who was transformed into Eden, was someone very special to me. For 100 years, Mitran called out to me in the hope we'd be reunited, but there was no answer. Even so, Mitran held on to those precious memories of our life together and stopped at nothing to make them a reality once more. I know now that Mitran wanted the same as us, wanted the world to be as it once was. Yeah, it's a shame that things turned out the way they did. In those 100 years of solitude, that dream became an obsession. I would have likewise succumbed to the darkness within if it weren't for Reen and Sir. If someone had also been there for Mitran, who knows what might have happened. That's why, from now on, I want to help those in need, to give their dreams a chance to come true. For me, the name Gaia symbolizes hope, and though each of our lives may be but a drop in the great river of time, hope springs eternal. Gaia. I was just thinking, Ian, I love... all the Ascians are beautifully written. Maybe not Lahabred. I think Lahabred's story is going to come retroactively, though. I think we might learn more about Laha as we go. They're great. They're great. The Ascians, they're just great. So, I'm sorry. While I appreciate your efforts to find my past, I'm looking to the future now, as Gaia. No need to apologize, Miss Gaia. As long as you're happy, then so are we. Right, I expect my colleagues will be keen to turn their attention to the empty. If you'll excuse me, I have expeditions to arrange. Till next time. Oh. So, what shall we do now? Come on, Reen. Don't tell me you've forgotten. We're gonna go buy some sensible shoes. The festival at the Crystarium, remember? And don't even think about leaving me out. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Dude, same. We third wheeling out here, we are. I half saw a couple things in chat. I'm not gonna fully read them, but I'm just gonna remind you guys that I'm not yet through Endwalker, and in my sprout brain, anything that I'm talking about could yet be covered in the story, and just be very careful not to confirm or deny if something is covered in the story as is currently. Saying that something has not yet been touched on is a little bit of a spoiler, a very gentle one, but just be careful. I just want to remind you. Yours was a complete joke, I'd like to be clear. I don't remember who said it. I half saw it and I was like, ooh. I stopped reading it because I was like, maybe I shouldn't read that. Actually, don't answer if possible. Yeah, smiles are just the best. In my channel, again, I have to reiterate, some streamers don't like smiles, but I like smiles as a very neutral response. Oh, Jolly, it's okay if I come back and grab them. I like to read even the savage wording, so I'll come back for them. Okay, let's go do our capstone. Let's go do our capstone. I'm sure that one won't be emotional. That one should be fine. Yeah, exactly, Blair. I assume all questions Terra asks about things handled in Endwalker are rhetorical, should be handled as such, correct. Zimmy? What are you doing, buddy? I don't think you should... What are you standing on? Oh dear God, this cat. What are you even standing on? What are you doing on that? Buddy? Oh my God, this cat's gonna break my fucking monitors. If my stream ever comes crashing down one day, just know. But I know if I give him attention for doing it, he'll be like, ooh, that was exciting. I'm gonna do that again. So no attention. I'm just gonna ignore the fact that he's doing it. Thought you were talking about the game at first? No, my cat is... So, do you know, like, what the hell do you call them? Like monitor stand? Like the multi-monitor stand? I have like a big one of those. And he is balancing on the pole in the back of it. So, it's a good thing it's very sturdy metal. Because, he's also a very small cat. Zimmy's like, was the runt of his litter. He's tiny. He's like 4 years old. Or no, he's not 4. He's 3? He might be 4. Oh my fucking God. He might be 4 years old. Anyways, he's tiny. Put him on the camera so we can love him. I will when he's not in danger of destroying my very expensive camera right now. He's literally right behind it. I'll grab him when I can. Oh, there we go. Ray's talking to their wife. Wow, a new quest did pop up. Ooh, I'm excited for this. That's Zimmy, that's Ezrin. Correct. My emotes are based off of my 2 kitties. Oh. Do I need a little break before I do this? I might need a little break before I do this. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be some serious stuff. So I think I want to take a quick little, like, 5-minute break. Maybe eat some pistachios. I have a huge bag of pistachios from Christmas, and I've been munching away. I think I'll take a quick little break here, and then we'll do the capstone, and then I think I want to try and dip back into the extremes if we still have time. Oh, really though, could a mod message you please? Sure, Mac. Zimmy comes to destroy the stream and Ezrin comes for pets and Terra kisses. Correct. And steals Terra's food. Correct, correct. Ooh, Zimmy's in a grabbable position now. Hi, buddy. Come here. Chat wants to see you. He's baby. It's baby. Can you look up at the camera? His white gloves. He looks so done with my shit. Okay, you were a very good sport. You were a very good sport, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for being so calm. He only loves Terra at night or early morning. Only at night or early morning, Mac. Why don't all cats have resting murder face? I don't know. He definitely looked super over me, though. Why are you holding that poor Mikote hostage? Hostage Mikote. Okay, yeah, we're gonna take a quick little break. I gotta use the restroom as well, so. Woo. All cats have resting bitch face, they do. Resting murder face, as it were. All right, everybody, go get up, move your bones a little bit, get some water, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. And then we'll dive into Capstone and, what time is it? Oh yeah, we got lots of time. Then we can dive back into Extreme Stormblood Trials. Okay, love you. Mwah. See you in a minute. Bye, bye, bye.
5. Why? I just did it. I always catch you fucking.
I need this. You don't understand. I need to simulate actually petting a dog. Hi, buddy. Look at his little tongue. Who's it, your good boy? It's your good boy. I love this. This is best. They didn't need to give me a camp dog, but they gave me a camp dog, and I've never been happier in my life. He's perfect. Yo, hook me up with a... No! No!
Him again?
No! No! Duck feet baboon looking at. Stop! I'm getting cyberbullied. All right, let's choose a new chess piece. Let's choose a new chess piece. We need something like hella fancy. Who's that fancy bitch walking over there? That's me. Super fucking fancy. Look at me. It actually ties in. Let's go. That's absolutely vile. Kill it with fire. Are these fingernails? Hello? Hello? Jesus Christ! It was fingernails. Oh my... I hate it. How do I... Huh? Oh, what is going on? Why would I ever want the physics fix? Booze! Are we chill here? Holy shit! We're not chill here. You know what? I'm glad you're dead. I'm glad you got murdered. I'm glad that this happened to you. You won't share your cake with me? Glad you're dead. Oh my god. I have crabs. I'd like to give you crabs. For dinner.
For dinner.
For dinner, guys. For dinner. For dinner. Oh, oh, oh. Guys, you can't see this. Don't look.
Hey.
Hey yourself.
Oh shit, they're moving. Ah! Don't look. Don't look at this. VOD game, and download is 2 bytes. Wait. Fucking Jesus. Bro. Bro. That's not fair. I can do a deeper voice. Hang on. Wait, hang on. Nothing came out. Hang on, nothing's coming out. I'm trying to do the deepest voice that I can to be absolute daddy voice. Hang on. I can't, nothing's coming out. Nothing's coming out. I'm just breathing. I'm just exhaling. There's no voice. Okay, I can't daddy for you. I'm sorry. What came out of your mouth, sir? Jesus. Only 20 minutes of digging? I mean, yo, boomerang, kind of hog. Oh! I hope you have fantastic sleep. I am going to be joining you in bed very soon. Well, oh wow, oh sure, not like joining you, but like. Ready? Here comes. Here comes. Here comes. What could that mean? What could that be? Nobody knows. Sounds like he's like. I don't know what that scream was.
Don't ask me what that scream was, because I don't know what it was. See the light where the sky meets the sea. It calls me. And no one knows how far it goes. 1 star. Imagine. Free at last. Get all the fish back to the ocean. 2 cats in 1 day. He doesn't know where to go. Hi, buddy. Can we see tail? Can you show chat your tail at least? Hi, buddy. 2 cats in 1 day? How you doing? How you doing, bud? You saw a snoot. Also, we have an elf boy table dancing for us. You love to see it. Hi, buddy. Hi. How you doing? Wow, you guys are getting double cat in 1 day. This is such a rarity. Hello, buddy. Ezrin, you're so pretty. You have such thick eyeliner on. You're such a pretty boy. Whoa. Such a pretty boy. Mwah. Love you. And a Thailander making it hail. Yeah, not rain. That is full on hail. Hi, bud. You living a good life. You're gonna fall off my desk is what's gonna happen. Hi, buddy. Oh, oh. Oh, you're going in the lap? Yeah? No? Yeah? Okay, love you. Okay, love you, buddy. No, please don't walk on my keyboard. Oh, boy. Oh. Oh. Mwah, love you too. Yeah? Uh-huh. Mwah, love you too. You're a good bean. Mwah. What a good kitty you are, Ezrin. And with this new keyboard, he had a perfect place to stand where he wasn't all over my keys. So kind of great. Kind of great. Okay, I'm gonna get into my quest now, okay, buddy? If that's okay with you. They're making you dance at the honeybee? Oh my god, you're in Yulemore! Do I have to? You want to be a star, don't you, Vel? Wait. I want to go see Vel dance. I want to go see Vel dance. I want to go see Vel dance on the pole. Yes, sir. Would you like more? Would you like more kisses? What's up? I hope I'm not like in a different instance, Yulemore. Loot. Is she allowed to be here? Only temporarily. When I get into that role quest, she's not. Get up on that pole. Get up on that pole, Vel. Get on up there. Do I have to? Oh, the dancer outfit. Monka TOS, dude. Monka TOS. Poporo dance. Nah, she got the bee's knees. She got them bee's knees. I don't have the make it rain emote, so all I'm gonna do is cheer you on. I can't make it rain. I can't make it hail. I can't make it hail on you. Kitty girl, oh work, bitch. Mood though I was a dancer when I did this part of the story. Making Popotos do this makes me uncomfy, but when it's Valora doing it, it's funny to me. When I did it, I was uncomfy. Oh man. Do you think the other cat told him like, dude, our human just picked me up while I was trying to ruin his equipment? How rude is that? And Ezrin's like, I want to be picked up. Ezrin's such a good boy. So is Zibby, but Ezrin especially is just such a cuddle bug. You derailed my stream? How could you, Val? How could you? Is that a Mog Station emote? How do you get that one? Oh, I know something I can do. I know something I can do.
Oh, Stormblood Tribals for it. Gotcha. What a good emote. Wait, Stormblood Hildy? Wait, Stormblood Tribal or Stormblood Hildy? Which is it? Better get your story straight. Oh my god, Val. You're gonna get me banned! You're gonna get me banned! Run! Oh wait, is it Mortsuk? No, where am I going? Crystarium. Vel, you wanna RP with me? Vel accepts walk-up tells, just saying. Walk-up RP, just get up in there. Literally? No, oh my god, I'm banned. That's it. My streaming career over. Whatever I walked into, I don't mind. Nikom, how you doing? Oh man. Should never have let this blue-haired child in here to begin with. True decoy. Oh my god. All right, let's do the thing. And we won't cry. It'll be good. Tara, what's your absolute favorite emote in the game? I didn't buy it yet. It's in my Mog Station cart right now because I forgot to buy it. I'll show you later. I'll show you next stream. My favorite emote currently? Oh shit, that's a good question. I mean, Red Mage V-Pose is pretty good. Red Mage V-Pose is pretty good, but it's not the best emote. What is the best emote? Can it be Lala/Happy? Can it be Lala/Happy? I think that might be my favorite. Male Lala/Happy with my particular voice that is a squeaky disaster. That is definitely way up there for me. Oh, the Lala sit with the sway. I think I C-posed out of that. I need to fix that. I can't see. Okay, there we go. Very cute, to be fair. Insert any possible Lala motion here. The best thing. True, honestly. Wait, can I change my answer? Thailander female/dote. Hit me with it. Give me it. I need it. My fucking heart, dude. My fucking heart. Thailander female/dote has just so much energy in it. I love it. It's so good. Jolly isn't getting enough attention. Jolly's like, pay more attention to me. Oh no, now Ray's doing it. Do you have a contender here? Do you have a contender you want to show me for best emote in the game? Okay, listen, that's cheating. That is cheating. What, the ear wiggle? That's cheating because of 5.3. That's literally cheating. That is not fair. Ear wiggles, but because of 5.3, that is literally cheating. Ear wiggles best. Show me male Miko Abac. /Abac. I don't think I've seen that one. Lala/Abac is pretty powerful though. You don't have it yet, but Lala Jam is good /sidestep. Oh, I don't have it yet, damn it. It's a Chinese signature. Oh my god, I forgot about Panic. How could I forget about Panic? Okay, Panic is literally up there with /Happy for me. Lala Panic? Do I have /Malevolence? I don't think I do. Malevolence. No, I don't have it. Panic is only good on Lala, yeah. Vel likes the Lala honk. I had it hotkeyed at one point. I was just running around doing this. She said it sounded like a honk. I need to get slash harsh. That's an emote? Which one is that? Slash harsh. Old timey car horn. Awooga. Slash no. Oh, with my Lala's voice in particular is pretty good. Okay, all the Lala emotes. All the Lala emotes are best emotes. Although Ear Wiggles and Thylander Dote is... What the hell is this? Is that the slash malevolence? The Ear Wiggles on Catboys is pretty powerful. Can cat girls also ear wiggle? That's the Ellison resting pose. The Hashrafon emote is from the Heavensward capstone quest. Can't believe Terra hasn't suggested Lally Ho. I want Lolly Hop, but I don't remember how to get it. Hang on, I gotta get into character. There we go. Now I'm in character. Cat girls can't? What the fuck is this? What a scam. Lollihops from Dwarf Quests. Oh, speaking of, I started leveling my crafters again. I have level 70 miner and level 68 goldsmith. Look at me, I'm doing the thing. So I can do my tribals eventually. Oh. The scheme emote says the perfect thing for how we talked you through the story. Scheme. You guys literally, okay, hold on. You guys gaslighting me. You guys gaslighting me through any part of the story. Go back to the scheme. You guys gaslighting me, making me think people are dead when they're not. On my way, need to server transfer? Absolutely. Your crafter levels are how my warrior / magic levels used to look like, Tim. I really like crafting. It's just in all the other things I do lately, I like barely have time. Mostly editing. It's mostly the editing, dude. The editing takes so long. It shouldn't. But editing takes extra long for me because then I just rewatch the story in my video rather than editing it down. So it takes me a lot longer to edit than most people. Scheme or ring hands are both good for gaslighting, Terra. You weave an intricate web of deceit for Sir Terrabellum is what it says in chat. Is that actually what it says? That's pretty good. Literally me getting gaslit. And you guys are like, no, Terra, he's dead. That character is definitely dead, Terra. Literally, fuck you guys. So stop editing, Kappa. But a lot of people are really enjoying the YouTube Mac. A lot of people are really happy with it. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. Aside from crying while editing. That's the only negative. I would just like to say that I'm happy that I have rescued Terra to his death in every tier of every raid I've been in with him. In which is impossible to make sure he yoinks to death. Blur, you're a monster. Okay, I love you guys. I'm getting into it now. Safekeeping. Ciela appears surprised, though not displeased. Oh, hang on. I see a human of culture. I see a human of culture running off my screen. I see a cultured individual over there. Yeah, you get the hell out of here, Vel. You get the hell out of here. This is now a capstone. Woo. Heading off now because this content I haven't done absolutely 10. Yeah, fair warning. This is the final job. Might be the final job. I don't know. Might be final job capstone for role quests. So if you haven't done it and you still intend to do it yourself, hide. Hide yourself. Hide your unspoilered little brain. Culture? Yeah. Culture. Culture, Izagi. Love you, Tim. Be safe. This is... I'm gonna cry, aren't I? Hang on. Bear's here! Oh, there's the culture. There's the true culture. Right there. The leopard print speedo. What is this? Dark entreaty. Oh! No, Bear, you didn't! Bear, you didn't! You did not! I mean, clearly you did, but you did not! slash malevolence. Wait, where's Bear? Where are you? Come here, you. Come to me. We gotta line up. What a good emote. Get on up in here. Get on up in this little train we got going. Came for the memes, stayed for the culture. Let's fucking go. This should be a Lala racial passive. Agreed. Yo, spring outfit. A+ emote. It's so cute. Hang on, we gotta get the naked cat boy in the background. Oh, you fucking moved! God damn it! All right, now it's just a wholesome picture instead of a secretly lewd picture. Like the South Seas talisman reminds you of the real ones you have from 11 Fan Fest. Does it also give you an arm tattoo? Gotta frame that caca in the middle. We're propping up the caca. There we go. There was a shine! Wait! I need that shine to line back up. Come on. Go on the caca. Go on the caca. You know you want to. Come on. Maybe if I angle my camera slightly different. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm clicking on people. There was a shine right on the caca. I need it. Come on. Come on, they can't be that random. They have to follow a set pattern. God damn it. It's not happening. Oh, that wasn't it. Kill the Kill vibes? Yeah! Or Hunter Hunter vibes. Jeepo's the true endgame. Hunter Hunter vibes. With, oh god, what's his name? Hisoka. Oh, man. Okay, let's actually do the story now. I just gotta hug the naked cat boy real quick. Okay, let's go. Hisoka I love Hisoka, even if just don't think about what actually Hisoka is interested in, okay? Just don't go that far because Hisoka's fucked in the head, but god, he's such a vibe. Hisoka's like Xenos if Xenos was interesting in any other way than being battle sexual. Literally. Literally. Final warning for capstone role quests. Hide yourself. Mute up, leave stream, whichever you choose. Oh my god, I almost died, Ray. Oh my god. 18 naked cat boys in the shower at Ram Ranch. I almost fucking died. I need to, like, when I drink water, I need to look away from chat every time because you guys are too fucking funny. That's like my Dragoon Glam. Maybe I'll have to serve as you sometime, the naked cat boy. We need 18. I am requisitioning 18 naked cat boys, okay? I'm requisitioning 18 of you. We're gonna take a photo. It'll be great. It'll be great. I think you owe him a keyboard. No, a new set of lungs because I just inhaled water. Ah. If it isn't Sir, loitering about the stairs like any old evening. Can't do it, must stay hot, Ellis and BF. I forgive you. Play Midlander, can't apply, but I can at least watch. And here I was worried that, and the nice thing is that I know every single Catboy player already has the glam ready. You just have to request it. You just have to request, hello, can we have like your most slutty, your most cultured glam for our group photo? And they'll be like, yeah, one sec. Boom, done. I'll bring my alt. It should be noted that Hisoka is only interested in Gon as far as Gon's potential as an opponent. Yes. During the election arc, Hisoka expresses boredom over Gon, how he'd never take the risks that would make him interesting. Yes, Belair, correct. But a lot of people take it to the dark places. Cultured. Go to Limsa? Yeah, you know what? It's already there in Limsa for me. What am I saying? Okay, I'm focusing up. We're doing the thing. And here I was worried that you'd gone back to your world for good, and I was too late. It's just that I've been thinking about the crystals belonging to the Warriors of Light. I hear they ended up with you after you lot defeated the Virtues. I assume you have Artburts as well. I do. Indeed, that does seem appropriate. His bond with Seto is deep and enduring. Oh yeah, I don't have it. I gave it. Yeah, thank you, Izagi. I don't have it anymore. I did, past tense. As for the others, I had hoped you might be persuaded to leave them in my care. Gotta go. Make sure you accept my friend request. Yes! So I can shoot you that question. Absolutely, Shira. Absolutely. It was only right that they, like Ardbert, should accompany you on your journey to set this world back on its proper course. Yet you now have a home you must return to, while the first is theirs. After all they did to keep it safe, they deserve to be here to see what its future holds. Actually, let me do that before I forget. Let me quickly do that. Do, 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 do. There it is. Boop. Boop. There. Now I cannot forget, because Swiss cheese brain will make me forget. Oh. I respect that. I joke about giraffes, but not gonna lie, Lendennel weakens my knees, but the Elizons are fantastic. They're beautiful, dude. The giraffe jokes are there because they've been there for forever, but no, Elizons are beautiful. Oh, don't make that face. A smile better suits a hero. No, I know it's a big decision, but it needn't fall entirely to you. There are others here who care for the Warriors of Light as much as you do, aren't there? Correct. Like Gia. Bantera, you would never. Hey, speaking of. Now ain't that some damn fine ale? How many should I order for you? I know you ain't much of a drinker, so 6? 7? The Chocobo outfit is perfect. What? You want to help deciding the fate of Lamet's crystal? Are the others too? Does this place have any bigger tankards? Well, if you insist. Lurik owes me drinks, plural, so I'll make sure he joins us. Maybe find Granson while I'm at it. You go on and wait with Sarag and Tainer. Order around while I'm out, you hear? Git seems excited. Should I be concerned? Yes, you should. Giraffe and Popoto are jokes that precede 14. They were terms for Elvin and Taro in 11. Yep. They're just baked into the community at this point. What is this? What is this, Izagi? What is this, Izagi? An image for ants? What is this? Hang on, let me pull this up. If I even, like, try to enhance this. Oh, shit. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. If I even try to enhance this, it's gonna become like 3 pixels. Hang on, hang on. Enhance. Enhance. It came out too small. No, this is good enough. But Jesus, look at that neck. Even though it's like blurry as fuck because it's like 3 pixels. We get the gist of it. Final Fantasy XI, yes. Good to see you, sir. What did you say that, what did you say that has Giet so worked up? The crystals, eh? That does sound like a conversation worth getting everyone together for. Did Luik really promise to pay for Giet's drinks? That's a disaster in the making. Not just hers, rounds for the lot of us. Might be that the lad yet has a few things to learn about coin and the scarcity thereof. Still, I'll not turn down his generosity. Go on and tell the barkeep we'll be needing food and ale for the table. Fine, but please try to exercise some restraint. I'll not carry you back to the room again. Here we are. How much of a head start did you get? Should I ask him to bring out the cask? I reckon we should hear Sir out first. I don't like Granson. Taruto sacrifice needed off Ifrit's cauldron. Oh no. So, you're telling me that the barmaid was one of Nalbert's companions, not to mention the Shadowkeeper? And from a different world. That's laying it on a bit thick. It certainly raises questions. Quite, such as how she retains her youthful visage. Not that. I had my suspicions about her. The other night I was at the counter, quaffing my ale, having a grand time. Next I realize I'm outside with a guild, without a guild to my name, and it ain't the first time. It can only be the power of the Shadowkeeper! And not that you drink enough to fell a small army. Be nice to Granson, he's been through it. Okay, I apologize. I still hate him. Giat is the clear winner here. If Sir says it's true, I'm inclined to believe it, which leaves us with the matter of entrusting the crystals to her. Giat is S tier? Absolutely. She's right that this was Brandon's home, and the others too, and it's home to their most important memories. Not all of them good, maybe, but everyone they loved is laid to rest here. I agree. Nalbert belongs here. Ardbert's crystal is with Seto in this world. Lamet would want to be near. Rendere as well, I think. She'd want to be with her friends in the place that she loved. Solution? Bring them all to Seto. It seems we all agree. A toast then to the Warriors of Light. To the Warriors of Light. Drink up, I'm paying, and as bounty hunters, I expect you all to take proper advantage of that. I hate to disappoint, but I'm not much for alcohol. The juice looks nice, though. It's wine, Granton! Oh, that's not... Granton, wait, that's not juice! Lightweight, honestly, one sip and... How did you manage this? Twice the mess in half the time as normal patrons, I swear. I overheard your conversation, by the way. Do you agree with your friends? Yeah. Their legacies are safe with me. You have my word. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking that too, Tutor. That's why I went with the first one. I think she's having a headache with pictures. Oh no. I can feel them. Their memories. Why? Why, damn it? You're all just like Ardbert. I betrayed you, I manipulated you, and still... You thought of me as a comrade, a friend, until the very end. Aww. Just spending my time introducing your stream to a random person, don't mind me. Wait, is there a random person here? Are you guys indoctrinating them? Look at these little choco. Oh! What is this one? Ample appreciation? / wow? Oh my, you guys are spoiling me. You guys are spoiling me. What is the / wow emote? I love this emote. Thank you. Hello? Wow. Wow. That's synchronized. Wow. Wow. All Lalas need this. We need the wow. I don't know if you'll see it in chat, but we spoke. Oh, they're like, is this an RP hangout? I see. Having a hangout or something? We were RP hanging out. Maybe because they saw the Catboy in their skivvies, they thought we were RP hanging out. They thought it was like that. Like, plus we're at a bar. They thought it was that. Not Ray hugging Ciela. We finally managed to clean up after you lot, for the most part. Perhaps next time we should set down a tarpaulin? Nevertheless, I'm grateful for you for entrusting these to me, and as long as I live, I will never stop sharing the true tale of the Warriors of Light, of my friends. There's more? There's more? Ciela is not finished with you yet. There's more. Let's go. Seeing the lot of you together like that, it reminds me of the old days. Hardbert and the rest, drinking and bickering and laughing, drove each other half mad at times, but there was never any question of who'd be there when the times got tough. Can't help but wonder, can I? If I'd had companions like that back home, could it have been saved? I'm not the only one who tried, though. Each of us stood alone. There was Unukalhai. We've met. He was working with Elidibus, yeah. The nigh unpronounceable name sounds familiar. As much as I want to pick that, this feels more thematic. But hang on. I want to pick this one. I want to pick this one because that fucking name, dude. That fucking name is so hard. Tara, I love you. Renardi, I love you. I'm gonna say that we've met. We've met. As much as I want to pick the latter. Yes, he too was one of the would-be savior of the 13th, and was spared his fated demise by Asian devices. We spoke once, after the destruction of our world. If the others could be saved, we thought we yet had parts to play. What's he up to now that Elidibus is gone, though? I have no idea. Has he found himself a new role, as I have, or does he feel as adrift as we were back then? If you encounter him in the source, I ask that you help him find a way forward, just as you have helped all of us here. Back to Mordona. Oh my god. Remember, Tara, small better suits a hero, so you must always crack a joke. I'm gonna keep going with the joke options. I actually got in trouble for that. During the Firmament questline, if you pick the joke options, you fail the quest, and you have to start over. This is bullshit. I was cracking jokes, dude, and I got scolded for it. Good old Hugbert. Hug you, Bert. No, I'll hug you, Bert. Can't stop me. Hello, boyfriend. How you doing? I missed. I fucking missed. Let me try again. There we go. There we go. Love you. Be back to you one day, I promise. I promise one day I'll do MSQ. I wonder if Hugubert knows Firmalbert. Firmalbert. That's why when Ardbert asked if I could save our worlds, I was like, what? All by myself? That's cute as fuck, Ray. Copping a feel! Blur, don't call me out. Don't call me out. It was an innocent thigh hug, okay? Hey, little guy, how you doing? Well met, sir. What brings you here today? Eorzea did apprise me of your travels in the first, and of what became of Elidibus at long last, but I was not aware that you were working with Silva. I consider her a comrade of sorts, though our time together was short. Looking upon the twisted remains of the world you tried to save creates a bond that few can understand. At that time, we spoke of what we could hope to achieve with our newfound immortality, and of our regrets. Though I then believed what had happened to be natural result of my age and inexperience, I now think this was merely the least painful explanation I could offer myself. Silva is right. We ought to have sought each other out before it was too late. Madge, I would not make the same mistake again. With the warring triad gone, I am indeed in need of a new purpose, but to seek it alone is folly. I should like to speak with Silva, assuming such a thing is possible. As I mentioned, she understands how I feel more than any other. Of course. It won't cost much. Just your soul. All I require is your soul. You speak of the spirit vessel, correct? The means by which the Scions return to the source. If I understand the principles at work correctly, then it was a near miracle that you succeeded in bringing them back without killing them. If Elidibus is to be believed, however, my current state makes me something of an exception in matters of life and death. In which case, there is naught to be lost from making the attempt. Please say you'll help. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. You need to give me something outside Rising Stone's cat. I like how he was unfazed by like, I just need your eternal soul. Of course it's Uri. Hi, bud. Pray forgive the delay. Thou didst seek my counsel. We just need to yoink his soul out? We need to reverse pilgrimage. Aye, the gifts granted young Unukalhai by Hydaelyn and the Ascians may prove a boon in easing the transition. However, I know not to what extent, nor what might befall thy spirit should it be lost betwixt worlds. Nevertheless, I know that this is my path forward. Please, Eorzea. Very well. If thou believest that thou shalt find new purpose in the first, I will do all in my power to see thee safely there. We shall be but a few moments. Mayhap a worthy tome might keep thee occupied whilst I perform the necessary magics. This is a decent spot as any. Hang on, is there a better decent spot? I need a decent spot. I would like to do it near the Boulder Brothers. Eorzea, I'll take it from here. Go read a book. Tataru, I want to see what you say. Everyone likes the garments I prepared for them. The time I spent polishing my skills wasn't in vain. In case you're wondering, Grahati has an outfit suited for traveling, while his weapon uses a piece of the crystal tower as the focus. Brilliant, right? Now I know we probably shouldn't go around chipping bits off elegant relics, but it was just one little piece. Is there a better decent spot? No. Alright, well. We'll go sit in our decent spot then. Do 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 do. Oh. Do 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 do. All this time, I genuinely forgot that Unukalhai and Silva are separated. I forgot that one's in the first and one's in the source. 'Tis done. Pray guard his vessel well. Oh my god, just like that? Unukalhai is, as I and the other Scions were on the first, a soul with form, yet no true body. Thus, 'twas a simple matter to transfer him to the vessel, using the selfsame process as before. To withdraw his essence once across the rift ought to prove similarly straightforward. However, I fear that such an existence cannot sustain itself indefinitely. Look to the Ascians' example. Their persistent use of flesh and blood vessels surely hath cause. Until this point, we all assumed that Unu was in a corpse, so they were, like, yeah, reverse of, well, the same as they were in the first. Be it danger akin to that which which would have befallen us had we not returned to the source. I know not, but the time may come when the boy requireth a fully corporeal form. Should this come to pass, I trust that thou shalt come to his aid. Yes. For the moment, however, thou needst to only convey the spirit vessel to Bek Lug. Farewell, both of thee. Do 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 do. Why did I leave? I could have just warped. One more hug. One more hug before I go. One more hug before I go. I love you. We'll be back. Maybe next week. Maybe next week. I love you. Okay, bye. I just want you guys to know that Graha is my partner and not anyone else's partner. He told me himself. It was off stream. He said, you, Sir Terrabellum, the player, I am only your partner and nobody else's. And I was like, cool, nice, awesome. Love that for me. He should have been there, honestly. Nope, says Izaki. Terra, go. I almost forgot. Not the first time he forgot me. Listen, Jolly, exclamation mark memory. Exclamation mark memory. I will fight you. Phone, I love you, by the way. What's this? Stares at you in disgust, rude ass. What is this? Oh! The winsome wallflower. Next, godliness. Thank you. What are these? I love your Hashirfan cosplay. It's so good. What is your plate again? Oh, yeah, of course. I love that you put the little bouquet here as well. What a bean. What a cute bean. Don't put the wings on, you asshole. All right, let's see these emotes. Lean / lean. Oops / lean. This is the emote that you guys do everywhere. Yo, let's go. I can finally be cool. I can finally be cool, dude. Let's go. We need a Moonbrita cosplay. Is it even possible to cosplay Moonbrita? She's Ro, right? Is that hair even an option? I did, Ragnarok, I did. I'm so cool now. Cool as hell, dude. Unique model, ugh. You can probably get close with Femro, though. Next, godliness. Wait. Hello, thank you. Thank you for the emotes. I've got so many emotes today. I'm so powerful now. I'm so powerful. Thank you, thank you. What the heck, you guys? To be the chess piece, you have to be ranged physical, not warrior. So you can't even wear the proper weapon. What a scam, Rando. What a scam. Honestly. Look at little, we gotta sweep up little baby Hashirfan model. I typed /sleep. Deadass. Deadass little Hashirfan. Now you can be cool and do manual labor. This is what happens when you talk about the best emotes. Generous fucking beans. Look at these cosplayers. Generous fucking beans roll up and give you things. You sweet people. Emote power level extreme, exactly, Bear. You need the play dead emote for that character? Yes, you do. Rando, so since I've been editing my 5.0 reaction, there's a lot of moments where you're just around and you made it extra special, and I just want to remind you of that. I just want to remind you that you made a few moments in 5.0 really nice and special, even though your plate is psychotic. Even if your plate is emotionally unhinged. I love that you made it all white too. Like, so good. I'm gonna finish editing that tomorrow. My New Year's present to myself is gonna be finishing editing 5.0. That's my New Year's resolution. Let's go. Finish editing 5.0. Worry about 5.3 some other day.
And remember, gamers, you can support this always some human being by just going to terrabellum-shop.fourthworld.com and picking yourself up some fine merch.
Phone, not the fucking Linus Tech Tips. No, Phone, thank you for the 100 biddies. I love you. Oh, what are you talking about? That's just your art merch. If only we had the Graha. Oh, the Graha cosplay is so good. The Graha cosplay was great with the glove. Where the hell am I going? Back Luke. What's their name again? Gazetia, I believe is their character name. Boop. Still had it in the notepad you found. Phone, you cutie. Hi, Dire Fox. How you doing? See, that was fake because there wasn't a cheesy segue. Gazettia, I think. Yeah, that sounds right. We were lacking the cheesy segue. We were lacking the... Speaking of cosplay, we're going to take a moment to talk about our sponsor. Turbulent Christmas, but not too bad. How are you? I'm really good. I'm really good. Thanks for asking. Turbulent Christmas sounds about right. It sounds about right. Love you. I hope it's getting better. I tried to make my adventure plate portrait the same as the in-game Hashirvan portrait. You did a good job of it, actually. Now that you mention it. Oh boy. Brace yourselves.
I heard there was a secret one that David wa, and it pleased the wop, but you don't really care for music. Do wop. It goes like this.
Oh, Jesus!
The wop, the minor wop, the major wop, the baffling composing wology, wology, wology.
Okay, the fact that the jump scare was timed mid, like, Renardi text is such a scam. Because I thought it was going to come after SpongeBob was done talking. I thought the jump scare notice was going to show up then. Jesus Christ, guys, thank you for the biddies, by the way. I really, really appreciate it. Wait, Segway is pronounced Segway? Am I so American I didn't know that? Wait, is it not pronounced Segway? Segu? We use this Segu to talk about our sponsor. Guys, seriously, thank you for biddies. Appreciate you. Tara, when you think about it, you can have a dungeon run with 3 emotional pain characters. Yeah, technically you could. Segway is Segway, yeah. Okay, thank you. Exclamation mark past it. Get the fuck out of here, Mac. You've always pronounced it Segu or Segu? You've only ever read it in books. Non, thank you for the biddies. Thank you for kitty biddies, in fact. That's like the meme from How I Met Your Mother with the professor talking about chameleon because they only ever read the word chameleon in books, so they thought it was pronounced chameleon. So it's a perfect composition for the first rando, right? 2 tanks, 1 healer, 2 DPS or something? What is it again? You got laughed at for mispronouncing, oh god, solder? Is that solder? Like welding? S-O-L-D-E-R? My brother thought nostalgia was Nostalgiana. Who is Nostalgiana? We don't know her. Your brother's cute, Renardi. By the way, it's 100% pasta. I support Terra in this endeavor. Thank you, Lord Wiz. I appreciate your support. I really need it. Oh no, none.
Watch Mojo.
You need the little semicolon. Is it semicolon or colon? You need the thing after the Watch Mojo. Thank you for the biddies, though. You pronounce it pasta, not pasta. Thank you. That's good. Okay, it's going on too long.
Hang on. It's going on too long now. There we go. How are there that many elves? Don't tell him I told you all, but my boyfriend used to pronounce hyperboil before I came in and corrected him. I mean, that's like Hyperbole's name. I was calling it Kuiperbol. I was calling it Kuiperbol because my brain didn't make the connection with hyperbole. How many do you take regularly, Tara? Too many L's. Too many L's on a regular basis, Jolly. Tara, tell the chat what you thought. I did, like a week ago. I told them, for all intents and purposes, I thought it was for all intensive purposes. Like a week ago we talked about this. Because those sound like a correct amount of L's for you. Jolly, you're banned. Jolly, you're banned. I'm banning you. You thought you were dropping IRL alert? No, I already self-reported. You can't beat me. I'm like the #1 self-reporter. Back again, are you? I'm flattered you've grown so fond of Norvrat, or I would be, but you have that expression you lot always wear when you're about to ask me for something. Hello, puppy dog. Can you wait? Wait. We have an interesting opportunity here. We could keep Unukalhai in our pocket forever. For all eternity. They could be trapped in our pocket. Or we could complete the quest. Just saying. Just saying. We could have pocket Unukalhai forever. They were a fool to have trusted me. Best not tell anyone else about this, lest you suddenly find yourself everyone's first choice in interworld fairy services. That's cute. Nah, we'll do it. We'll do it. But it is tempting to keep them in my pocket for literally all eternity.
Today on Watch Mojo, we count down the cutest podettes, and #1 will surprise you.
#1 is... Oh my god, how do I put that? #1 is... me! It's me! Do-do-do. 5.4 already? Damn right. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. Guys, thank you for the scam train, by the way. I appreciate you guys. Tara's so cute. No, you were 90. Also, TTS needs Waluigi voice. Dude, I wish. Okay, bones are feeling good. Let's get Unukalhai out of his Pokeball. Ha, ha. Can we play I Am Bread as Potat, please? Possibly. I promise nothing. You did what? After all of the perils your friends faced and the labors we undertook to return them to your world, you've brought another soul across the rift. Have you no common sense? Nope. It's fine. Just work your magics, whichever. These are both amazing. I like the it's fine. Can TTS do Rafflecopter? I don't know if any of the TTSs these days can. SpongeBob wasn't nearly as fitting as I hoped. I thought since it was also nasal, it would be fine. It was close. It was close, Renardi. You did your best. There had better be a very compelling reason for all this. Well, removing spirit from vessel will be easy enough, I suppose. However, it requires a few moments without your breathing down my neck. Also, your friend is unlikely to materialize with clothes on, so I doubt they'll want an audience. You should wait here. Perhaps take the opportunity for some self-reflection. Yo, I'm getting dragged through the coals a little bit. Oh, very well. At least I tried. We'll find you at the Wandering Stairs directly, then. If you've no inclination to explain yourself further, be gone with you. I'm sorry. We made an impulsive decision. We were just trying to make them happy. Beck Luke is too old for this shit. Seriously, though. Tusiela! Pendants. Seeing Hoshfont pop out of existence was so funny. Wait, in what context? In what context are we talking about here? Ah, the ERP is in full force, I see. Hang on, let me slip into something more
I don't think I have anything like suggestive. I mean, nothing is pretty suggestive. No, I literally don't. I would never put my Lala in such clothing. Which is why we have the sub goal to become a bun boy above the chat over there. Because then I could make a suggestive glam. Cultured humans! We love to see it. That took me so long to spell. Many typos. I do have merchant on. Yeah, I do. So I was, oh, I logged out next to you, so I was literally right there and then you weren't. Got you. Of course he comes back when I'm gone. That's how it goes. You want me to speak with someone? Very well. You've done the same at my request often enough. So he doesn't have a physical body. We need a corpse. We need a corpse for Unukalhai. How long are we meant to wait for this friend of yours? I do have work to do, you know? Ah, here you are. Pardon the delay. I took some time to acquire robes of an appropriate size. Is this them? Take me as a corpse, Terra. Ew. Oh, outfit change. Silva. Whoa. Unukalhai. Indeed, it is I. Trust me, I can hardly believe that I'm here myself. I should think so. When I sent Sir to ask after you, it never occurred to me that you might be able to cross the rift without Asian aid. No mysterious mask. My choices and my reasons are my own now. Dude, we need a corpse. We need an available corpse. We just need one corpse, and then Unukalhai can live here forever. If I am to have faith in them, in myself, I cannot hide who I am. Speaking of which, Unukalhai was kind enough to fill me in, unlike some, and I was interested to hear what of an erstwhile hero of the 13th serving libations at the Wandering Stairs. But that this hero should be you surpasses the scope of even my considerable imaginings. Was that you at Grun's Licht so long ago? Not so long to me, or you, mayhap, though I had thought I might at least put those days behind me. But perhaps this is for the best. They're not all bad memories. They never are. I should very much like to hear your story, should you be willing to share it. Our worlds, like this one, had its share of would-be heroes, myself and Unukalhai among them. Unlike your warriors of light, however, each was unaware of or unconcerned with our fellows. But to fight alone is to fall alone, and the insidious ether of the Eorzea used to seal primals corrupted once noble souls and turned them, one by one, to darkness. Okay, but Becklug is cute. They're based on dogs, Renardi. They're based on... I think they're... In the lore, they're supposed to be like... Maybe I shouldn't say. Dogs that are no longer wagging their tails, if you know what I mean. If that's delicately put enough. Even those who resisted this fate could not escape its consequences. You don't remember what race Becklug is? It's more. Oh shit. Oh shit. I don't remember. Mole? M-O-L? No, that's from the steppes. It's M-O something. Numo. Thank you. Numo. They come from a farm upstate. Tutor no. Jolly notepad. The hit animated movie, All Dogs Go to Ilmag. That's the perfect way to put it. From the hit animated film, All Dogs Go to Ilmag. There you go. Even those who resisted this fate could not escape its consequences. No surprise, perhaps, as we continue to struggle in solitude. We were spared by Ascian machinations, but only as our world met its end. But what if that death could be undone? I was told that much of the first was consumed by light, as our home by darkness, yet balance and life are being restored to even that scoured land they call the empty. If such a thing is possible, then why not the reverse? Could we not bring light back to the 13th? Even the Ascians considered the 13th lost, thus was it excluded from the rejoining. But what say you? You have a way of making miracles happen. Anything is possible. I want to believe. I truly want to believe. That was the merch shipped in an envelope. Dire, no. It came in packaging. Like, oh, are you asking how? I think it depends on where you order from, because I think they have different delivery depending on, like, they have printing locations in multiple places around the world. Is the merch envelope sealed with a kiss? I wish. Tara, I've been asking to tell you to check your in-game mail after CS. Oh, I have it already. It's a Mame Shiba. Does anyone not have a Mame Shiba? Because I can give you it. That doesn't sound like an empty platitude coming from you. It was the same with Ardbert. Pardon the interruption, but might I suggest a closer examination of the conditions on the 13th before we form any conclusions? My envelope was sticky. Ew. It's sealed with a kiss, but not from Tara. From the Fourth Wall Company. So is it shipped through UPS? That is an excellent question. I can't even remember how mine came because I ordered it so long ago. I don't remember. I can't speak definitively on it. So how would we go about that safely? We could use the Crystal Tower to open a void gate. Couldn't we? Please? Just one small void gate as a treat? Have you lost your head? The Crystal Tower is not a toy, and you are not to use it to unleash great, terrible void scent upon this world. Yours came through USPS. It's been it's been so long since I ordered mine. According to the records, there was a group who worked out how to open small void gates, though through which to summon minor fell beasts and the like. Magics of that nature should work, though I'm unsure if any with knowledge of the original technique yet live. There's one right over there, points at Tainer. Literally, Tainer can do that. How fortunate! Let us inquire with this Tainer immediately. Yes, you do that. In the meantime, I will ready a means for peering into the depths of the void without endangering ourselves. Use these to contact me when you've prepared to open the gate. Your UPS driver does a cute beep beep when you drive by. That's so cute. We shall. At the very first opportunity, I promise. What is that weapon? Is this blue? No, that's not blue. The white mage. I've never seen that staff before. It's just the Crypt Lurkers one? I was like waiting to see what it was. It's just Crypt Lurkers. Okay. Okay. It's not even glammed. It's just, that's it. That's cool. I don't think I've checked how the Titania weapon... Oh, can it not be dyed? It can't, hey? It's got that little crossed out area. That's too bad. I guess it's powerful enough already. Doesn't need to be dyed. Oh, it has the lily on it. That's level 80? Tishtria. Oh, that's cute as heck. I like that a lot. UK has Royal Mail, who are quite good, but they striked over Christmas, so oh, rip. Oh, rest in pepperoni. Those are the biggest ears I've ever seen in the world. Girly, how you even keep your head upright? Oh my lord. She really said, I'm hearing all the secrets. Blood for the blood lily. My favorite thing about the titanium weapons is that they aren't all one piece. Is the asymmetrical glow. Yup. It picks random colors. It picks random colors every single time that you draw it. I think it's so cool. Sometimes they'll be the same color, but a lot of times they won't. It's always a pleasure, sir. Aye, but who's your friend? Don't believe we've met. We've not, as I'm not from this world. The situation is rather complicated, but I hope you might be willing to assist me. Order and hope it arrives. None, appreciate you. It is true that we have the means to open such portals. Can you glamour other weapons into the titanium weapons? Yes, you sure can, Dyer. This weapon is not actually that butterfly one. I just have it glamoured into that. We call them hollows, and it was through one of these that I was drawn into the rift. So it is possible. Not with my power alone. I understand the greatness of your need, and were Nilebert still at my side, I should be glad to make the attempt, but the technique required the combined force of our energies in resonance. If one person's magics are insufficient, perhaps I could assist. From what I can sense, our ethereal reserves are roughly equivalent, and our physical similarities suggest that our energies are not incompatible. I fear you underestimate the difficulty of the task. Nilebert and I were born for this, and even so, took us years before our efforts were perfectly in step. Ah, but this is a warrior of light you're speaking to. I realize that it's a lot to ask, considering we've just met, but could we not at least attempt it? Yours is the only such magic I've ever heard of, and if we might actually be able to save my home. May I interject? You may. You will recall that the crystals in my possession preserve the memories of the former warriors of light, including Nilebert's, in ethereal form. And Unu Kalahai here has a particular talent for interpreting the minds and motives of ethereal beings, the primals. If I could apply the same principles to interpret Nilebert's crystals, crystal, singular, not plural. New boyfriend for Tainer. Both are apparently minors and hundreds of years old. Oh no. Are the titanium weapons still crazy expensive? I don't know. Mine was a drive-by gifting. Hi. You want a kiss? Oh, you need that. Okay, hang on. I have to give a kiss. I'll be right back. That was probably the most like rural. Help me. Rural. Oh my god, I can't say the word rural. Rural. Oh no, help. Somebody help me. Rural. Anyways, the most out of city area. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Phone says hi, Spaz. Phone. He said hello, phone. Time for Sleepy Sleeps. Happy New Year's, Terpins. Happy New Year's, Dyer. Out of city? What? You're out of city, Mac? Are you on your phone? But who was phone? God damn it. An experiment with trying, at the least. I'll fetch it. You ordered it, so hope it arrives. Thank you for ordering it, Non. Appreciate you. Oh, my BRB screen. My BRB screen. Got you. Speak to me, Nilebert. Do his memories of training with Tainer remain? They do, and such strong sentiment with them. Boom, 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 boom. Tainer, you should know that Nilebert desired nothing so much as to rescue you, his dearest friend. He held so fiercely to his memories of the technique you mastered together because he hoped that might be your salvation. Oh, Nilebert, I won't let them go to waste. I will do what I can to help see the 13th restored. Thank you. Hearing you say oh god. Hearing you say rural, rural. Say it again, Spaz. Rural. Hearing you say rural? I hate that word. Hearing you say that word, for whatever reason, reminded me of how my last roommate said subtle. Subtle. Not very subtle was that person. Get out. We're not saying that word. I'm over that word. I don't like it. I won't pretend I understand the half of what's going on here. Just keep them from running headlong into anything too dangerous, will you? Oh, sorry. Of course it's this one. It's always this one. Nothing to worry about so long as you're around, I'm sure. You can't read subtle correctly anymore. Do you say subtle? Oh no. Or maybe they say subtle. Maybe the TL is still silent. No wait, is subtle? Subtle? I don't fucking know, dude. Terra, no, get out. Wicked White, I nearly forgot. I have half a dozen orders to fill. You know where to find me when you've made progress at the gate. She's ever focused on her bar wench duty. Subtle is like subtle, yes, not subtle. I grew up in that kind of area. You kind of have to slur the second like you're drunk. Roll. I'm just gonna start saying roll. One step closer. We're ready when you are. Oh, okay. Hi, Coco. Rule. Oh, that actually kind of makes sense to me. Rule. Is that right? Oh my god, I hate this word, dude. The way Phone wrote it out seems to make sense. That was it? Rural. Okay, phonetically, if anyone ever else struggles with this word, I'm gonna remember the way that Phone wrote it, because that's so much better. You've known a few people who pronounce the P in raspberry. Wait, raspberry? Raspberry? The second R is implied, but not pronounced. I'm glad I can translate phonetics to Terra. I'm hooked on phonics, dude! If you have no objection, Tainer, I would like to practice creating hollows as soon as possible. But how do we pronounce... Oh, shit. I can pronounce it when I'm not thinking about it, but now that you've put emphasis on it, I'm gonna struggle. February. There we go. February. If anyone's out there saying February, smack them. It's not fucking February. Of course, but not within the Crystarium. If we succeed in opening even the smallest window into that realm, it is likely that fell creatures will emerge. Follow me. February. February, Miranda. February. Oh, have you guys recruited another RP here? Oh, it's Control Alt Delete. We just got the sexy group over here. Let me hug you. Let me see if your plate is also cultured. Oh no, it's just cute. No, it's just cute. It's just a cute plate. I will pronounce it phonetically and antagonize people. That's me with, what do I antagonize you guys with? Smarties for my Americans. And what else do I antagonize you guys with? Oh yeah, pasta. Love their name. Control Alt Delete. I like how it's still kind of fitting for a Miko name because of the delete. Although it should be singular letter, right? It should have been D''leet. If it was actual proper, adjust glasses. Actually, Miko names have singular letters. Smarties isn't a wrong pronunciation though. Just the wrong thing. Yeah, I still antagonize it. I still antagonize you guys with it. When I'm talking about rockets, you guys are like, Terra, you're pronouncing Smarties wrong? Terra, you have mail right now. I know, it's a Mameshiba. I ask again, does anyone need a Mameshiba? Because I will give you a Mameshiba. It's a dog. Seekers of the Sun are singular letters, that's what it is. Adjusts glasses. Oh, Keepers of the Moon are different. Oh! That was an aura. That was an aura, not a Miko at all. What am I talking about? I feel like Terra has received 20 Mameshiba now. Take a 0 off that, and then you have the correct number. I've received 2. Aspartame is a double 1 too? Wait, wait, that's not aspartame. Aspartamine? The fuck is aspartamine? Who even is she? Aspartamine. Did you mean to say aspartame? I don't fucking know what an aspartame is. Yeah, aspartame. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. What the fuck? This reminds me of the pregnant meme. How girl get pregnant? English is weird, it's fine. As we've said many times, English is like 20 European languages in a trench coat. Aspartame, I hardly knew it. Are you good? Is you good? I tried to give you one, so it's at least 3. Oh, and you know what? I think somebody else also tried to give me one phone. In the US at least, things with aspartame all say... Phenylketonurics contains phenylalanine. Lala? Lalafels? There's lalafels in your guys' aspartame? So, fem, moon, meek just have regular name. Males have their mother's name. And then the first name has a apostrophe something to indicate birth order. That's so cute. Dude, I love Miko naming convention. First son is apostrophe A, second son is apostrophe toe, and so on. Yeah, of course. Naturally, you would go A to toe. That makes complete sense. Not going to type them all, just link in Discord if you're interested. Got you. Your Wi-Fi hates you. I am prayed for strong connection. Assuming no one ventures near, this location should be suitable. Unukalhai, when I give the word, begin channeling your ether. Nalbert's memories will have told you as much, but it is imperative that you maintain focus on our ethereal resonance throughout this process. With that in mind, sir, I ask that you take care of any creatures that emerge from the hollow. They should not be of a strength to challenge you, and it will allow us to adjust our attunement without risk. Then let us begin. Seeker applicable name? Ziaria? No, nice. Come on, flow where I tell you to. Let me attempt to match your focus. They did it! Maybe? It's opened. It's small, but enough to let something through. Be ready, sir. Rat gem. Rat gem. One tiny little void scent. Look at the little baby void scent. That was far too much effort for such a small gate. On the contrary, given this was your first attempt, it's incredible that we succeeded at all. Now try synchronizing your breath with mine. Focus on the rhythm of the ethereal flow. All right, I'm ready. It is the rhythm of the ethereal flow. Oh no! Yours used to not be lore friendly. Change it. Is it paid name changes, by the way? I know I've thought about changing off of Sir Terrabellum for a while now, but I just like being called Sir all the time. It's cute. Aha! A larger hollow. Of course, the void scent may be proportionately stronger. Yeah, you have to you have to pay to change after creation. Got you. Sir Sifu. You wish? You wish, Coco? Oh boy, an eldritch monstrosity. Love that. We love that. It's $25? I'd rather buy emotes and be called Sir for the rest of my life. That's Sir Terrabellum to you. The Sir affix stays on during. Oh no, Sir prefix. Affix goes on the bottom. Prefix goes on the top. Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh. You do go on. It's like $5? Wait, that's way more reasonable. Where your breath ends, mine begins. Where your ether flows, mine follows. together. Big portal! Unbelievable. Full attunement so soon. Be ready, sir. Oh, it is World of Darkness theme, you're right. Oh god, another Eldritch Horror. Loving this for us. Whoop, that's not what I'm here to fight. Name change is $10. That is not bad. That is not the worst thing I've ever heard. Do you know what I learned recently, you guys? I learned about weaving. Not the in-game, like, whatchamacallit. Not the in-game profession. But, like, OGCD weaving. I saw, I think it was a YouTube short or something. And goddammit, I should have liked it, because it was really useful. But it was talking about weaving, how you can do, like, an early weave or a late weave. And sometimes, if you're fast enough, you can fit both in. And given that I have like 8,000 OGCDs, it was super useful. And now when I'm like doing a rotation, I'm way more focused on just gently weaving them into my main rotation, which is really nice. Double weaving. Sometimes I can do it okay. Like, I don't think if I'm in melee combo, it's harder to weave because the recast is shorter. But during regular casting, it's easy to double weave these. There's triple weaving? Oh god. Oh wait, I think that was covered, but I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare try to triple weave. Hi Myth, how you doing? Quintuple weave. Don't triple weave, yeah. Triple weave seems way too hard. Some jobs have an easier time double weaving than others. Animation comes into play as well, right? They didn't cover that in the little YouTube short, but... Older summoner needed to triple or quintuple weave to be effective. Jesus. That's terrifying. This was before Balmung was really Balmung. Shiaria, like location. Cool. But you've transferred to Fairy since Gilgamesh. Okay. I can get 3 OGCDs in between GCDs on your summoner, but you only do 2. Yeah, double weaving is way more comfortable. Dragoon, for example, can't double weave some OGCDs because of animations, I'm sure. Top 1%, just excessive, Vayphone. It's all about the OGCD's animation, timing, and whether it fits thing. Got you. I think I've grasped the principle now. I only need to remember the feeling next time. I almost feel as if I do remember it. Your ether is familiar somehow. But that's impossible, of course. Wait! Wait. Is it at all possible that Unokalhai is a shard of Nilebert? I mean, you wouldn't necessarily look the same, of course, because me and Ardbert couldn't be more different, but are you a shard of Nilebert? Sir? Like talking to an old friend. Yes, that's what it's like. Wait, this is gonna be cute. This is gonna be cute. Anything more than double weave, you're guaranteed to clip. Yeah. I'm thinking about all the other times where I was just pressing my OGCDs and like didn't have a global cooldown going at the time. Very inefficient. Now I'm thinking more actively about weaving. Or as was joked, Uno and Tain are each other's shard. I could see that as well. A great example is honestly Red Mage's OGCD. Fletch is a shorter animation than Contra Sixta, so if you ever weave both, you always start with Fletch. Got you. Triple weaving reminded you of Dragoon Monk-as, dude. Okay, now that Tainer and I are capable of performing the necessary magics, I should like to make an attempt at investigating conditions on the 13th. Might I trouble you to contact Beglug? No problem. Boing, boing, boing. Sir, are you there? I hope you're not lost. I hope you've not lost focus on the void problem. I have an exciting breakthrough to share. A work of Porksy-related genius, if I do say so myself. Beklug, excellent timing. We've made considerable progress as well, and are ready to open a portal when you are. Well then, what say you meet me at Laxen Loft forthwith? It's far enough from any major aetherites to avoid the sort of ethereal interference that would be a hindrance to our observation of the void. Terrabellum has been streaming for 5 hours, 50 minutes. Mac, love you. I love how you just pin it. You pin it now. For the time blindness, I feel you. Well then, what say you meet me at Laxen Loft forthwith? It's far enough from any major aetherites as to avoid the sort of ethereal interference that would be a hindrance to our observation of the void. Very well, we'll see you at this Laxen Loft anon, or as soon as I can locate it. I'll lead the way. I too am eager to be one step nearer to our goal. Pin means we can't miss it. Honestly, the Twitch pin thing has been... It's been a minute. It's been a minute since someone did that. That caught me so off guard. Gotta go fast. Holy shit, that scared me. Phone, thank you for the 420. Thank you for the 420, love you. The pin is so useful, especially like when starting stream. I'll usually pin what server we're gonna be on for the day so early birds can already transfer over. It's so good. It's so good. I couldn't remember if you had that one. I do. You don't mind if I think of it as our goal, do you? Didn't Nilebert also have purple irises? No, is it an iris? Yeah. No. Eyeballs. Purple eyeballs. I would be honored. Thank you, Tainer. Unukalhai is Nilebert, confirmed. Wait, no, it's Tainer. Wait, no, it's Tainer that has... Get yourself a name change? Is that why you... Oh my fucking god, Phone. Should I actually ditch the sir? Should I actually ditch the sir? I'll be sad to see it go. But that's 10 bucks right there. Phone. What in the Eldritch Horror was that? Follow your dreams! Non, thank you for the biddies. Phone, thank you for the jump scare and the 420. That sounded like Yoshi! You're right. Terrabellum seafood. You wish, Coco. I like Sir Terrabellum, though Bun Boy, though I'm down. Wait, Spess, you haven't finished A Realm Reborn yet. You can't be Bun Boy yet. Terrabellum, sir. Wait, below me? Above me? Beside me? What do you want from me, game? Way the fuck up here? No, below. Inside? Bro, where is this? Above me? Ah, here we go. I did it. Could be Sir Terrabellum. I hate that. How dare you even suggest that? Become what you must. Become Sir Aquabellum, not the fucking Aquabellum, dude. my Trovo streamer, alternate reality Terrabellum, who's straight and homophobic.
Sorry, I needed to see that again.
It's so cursed. Non, thank you for the 100 bits. I might be able to. It is a baby server, Izagi. I might be able to get the name. You're right. Don't feel pushed to change it, but now you have full reign of changes. Phone, I love you. Thank you for that. What about Sir Ventabellum? Complete the trifecta. Opposite of Earth would be wind, so Ventabellum. Wow, you guys are same brain. You guys are same brain. Arrowbellum. It appears Beklug has yet to arrive. Patience, Unokahai. Sir Bussybellum, out. Get out. It would probably be that, Demi.
I heard there was a secret wall. That David wall. And it pleased the wall. But you don't really care for music. Do wall. It goes like this. The wall. The wall. The minor wall. The major wall. The baffled king composing Waluigi. Waluigi. Waluigi.
Oh my god. Renardi, I love you. Thank you for the 100 bits. GLaDOS got like really serious. GLaDOS got like really serious into that. Waluigi. Waluigi. Like that was scary.
GLaDOS just doesn't do it justice. The original can never be topped. I heard there was a secret way. I hope you weren't waiting too long. Ooh, Ciela outfit change. Well, Silva. No, still Ciela? Come on, that's not your real name. What, you didn't think I'd want to see this for myself? The 13th was my home too, if you recall. Quite. Though, as I explained, we won't be the ones doing the seeing. Strictly speaking, this familiar will gather all the information we need, assuming you two can create a hollow for it to pass through. Bro! The little Porksy's gonna go through to the void? Is it gonna be okay? Go, Surveillance Porksy! That will do nicely. Now fly, my Porksy! Fly! It's gonna come out like a horrible monstrosity. Well, it's made it in. And something is coming out. Bum, 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 bum. The world, no, the road that we walk is her.
Terrabellum, Aquabellum, Aerobellum, and Flamebellum. The four nations lived in peace till the Flamebellum attacked.
No, thank you for the 100 bits. Surveillance Porksy is like the fave version of 1984. Porksy's just ether, it's not even alive. It's animated clay. You're right, I forgot about that. My, that is an ugly one, isn't it? Kind of like horror movie vibes. In the blood. Oh, ew. Same. Yo, he just vibing. Do I need to kill him? He vibing, dude. He's having a great time. It's actually got pretty cute hair. Is that a hairstyle that we can have? God, you know what I want in 7.0? So many more hairstyles. So many more. Please. Please. And dye channels. I also want dye channels for armor. Give me like, dude, give me 3 dye channels for the Spriggan outfit. Let me dye the white, let me dye the brown, and let me dye the red. The gold can stay as is, but let me dye everything else. Give me dye channels. Give me dye channels. I need this. Can have fully customized armor. If they don't do it in 7.0, a character customization overhaul in 8.0 would be truly wonderful. Yeah. Obviously, it's hopium. It's hopium. They might not actually do it, but let me hopium. All right. Oh, did I not manification? I'm embarrassed. I didn't manification first. The graphical update in 7.0 certainly would help pave the way for future customization. Exactly. Take me! I want to go with the Porksy friend. Ooh, the lighting coming off this? Pretty cool. We go like rave mode when we get in there. Very cool. Whew. My bean cat is so cute. Thank you. Oh, can I show you guys? I know I'm supposed to be like wrapping up soon, but can I show you guys a really cool G-pose trick that I don't know if everybody knows? This was back when I used to do a lot more G-pose. Red Panda. Lesser Panda is your best friend in G-pose. Come here, you. What can I do? I need to go hit something really quickly. The world that we walk is lost in the blah. There's a lot of minions that sit on your head as Lala, by the way. Yes, there are so many. But I need to prove something really quickly. Go away. Okay. So then you go in G-pose, right? Let's say you did a crazy animation like this one. And you're like, oh, the camera angle, it's no good. I wanted to zoom in on myself. Well,
you click the pet, it changes your camera angle to the pet, and then, I don't remember how to hide the pet, but then you hide the pet. I don't remember how to hide it. Minion? I don't remember how to get rid of it. Companion? PC? Player self? There we go, player's minion. And there you go. WS to move the camera, Terra. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, if you ever need to do something where it tracks your character through their movement as well, like if you're like recording something or anything like that, then that's what you do. Oh, I need to see the... See? It locks on to the pet. Very cool. And then you just hide the pet. Tara, let me show you a cool thing. Tara, never mind, I don't remember. It's like in like TikTok, you know how they have the like face locking thing? You can do that in G-Pose. I can't remember where I learned that. It was probably TikTok or YouTube Shorts, but I was like, dude, that's so sick. That's so sick. And I haven't utilized it enough. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way, Nan. Ooh, okay. I don't want this minion though. I want my cat. There's my cat. Thank you for clearing that up. The Porksy ought to be back any moment now, though I can't sense it. Odd. Perhaps it's lost. If Sir created an etheric beacon as he did for me, it might find its way back more easily. That may work. Give it a go. Do 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 do. Keep at it. Spess is plotting. Every single time I see somebody ! TTS, I feel like they're plotting. Aha! A distinctly Porksy-like presence. I see the snout. You made it! There we are. Now close that hollow before anything follows. Demon Porks. I really thought it was going to come out super twisted and corrupted. I believe it has performed its task thoroughly, as instructed. Good Porksy. With luck, its observations may indeed lead us to a means of driving the darkness from the 13th. However, I will need to review its findings in detail before I can tell you more, and it could take years to deduce a suitable solution. I admit that I am impatient to find a way forward, but I have endured millennia and a half with half as much hope as I have now. If I must wait, then that is what I will do. Like Sir and your warriors of light, I will persevere until my world is safe once more. That is what a hero does. I think you'll make a good one. You as well. If that's the end of the excitement for the time being, we should head back to the Wandering Stairs. Clear out that pall of anxiety Sarag is spreading all over the place. Aw, Sarag. They just need to do a typical pair of magical girl transformations with the intertwined fingers. But with boys, yes, Blur. Yes, they do. Oh, actually, I can recall. Save 160 gil. Are you kidding me? Penny saved. I am boiling right now. Please help. Go have a cold shower. Go have a cold shower, Jolly. Ah, you've returned hale and whole. Not that I had any doubt you would, of course. And how did your search for the hollow go? We may have the information we need to save the 13th. Frick the people, honestly. It may be some time, years maybe, until we can be certain, but I will be here for as long as it takes. On that subject, I've been thinking. Would you be interested in joining us? As a bounty hunter, I mean. Sarah and I hunt down sin eaters and other threats. The first was saved, but it remains far from safe. You could help us protect the people here. Sarah hasn't considered raising 2 kids. He's like, oh, bloody hell, they're duplicating. I think I would quite like that, protecting people. Oh no.
2023 commercials.
The jump scare's coming.
Oh, got your will to live. Want it back? Come shake that ass for some
There
hot
it is.
cash at Hot Topic. Bring that bussy down to Bath and Body Works with our new fall and winter scents. We want your bussy smelling fresh. Take advantage of our BOGO sales on
Ew,
scents.
spaz. Not the fucking Watch Mojo bussy talk. Why was that jump scare a double jump scare? Excuse me? What the fuck was that? Guys, thank you for the biddies though. I appreciate you. Holy Jesus. Oh, if I can do that, then perhaps I will find the strength I need when the time comes. Get double jump scared. Terrifying. Patrick! Or sorry, Pat! Rick! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Can we have shoutouts, please and thank you? Mac, I see you. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? X-Ray Shark Hype. How was stream? How are things? Playing Tom Clancy.
You're my
Tom Clancy. Hi, I love you. Is that a 23 months of Reckless? Hello, Reckless. I love you, dude. Hope life's been good. Hope everything's been good. I miss you. Thank you for the beautiful 23 months.
Bitch.
Love you too, Pat. How you guys doing? How you doing? How was Rainbow Six? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hit plat on Siege? Let's fucking go. What is the highest rank? Every fucking game has its own like metal and diamond tier list that I don't fucking understand things. Was a good time, champion? Let's go. I tab back randomly. My work is done. Val. Appreciate you. None, thank you for the kitty bees. Welcome in. I hope your stream was fantastic. I hope it was awesome. We are wrapping up our cap quest here for like a big, well, not a big story, I would say. A sprawling story. And it's been cute as frick. It's good to have you. It's like middle of the pack. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Strength, you say? Sounds like you could use a dwarf with a massive hammer. Wait, are they all gonna group up? No way. Wait, that's cute as fuck. I may have shared the tale of the 13th with a few other noted hunters. Hey, at least Sarek doesn't have to raise both kids alone now. I know what it feels like to fight for something you've already lost, to need to find a way to make it right. And I know it's not easy to fight on your own, inconvenient as that little truth may be. That's an 8-man group right there, including you. Let's go run some trials. Let's go run some raids. We got a full group. Thus, a new team is born. This calls for a toast. I love our little alcoholic. I don't object, so long as this lot carries their weight. I'm a bounty hunter, not a fuka herder. Oh, dude, this is so cute. So even though Unukalhai has to wait years to learn of his world, he has... Oh. Thank you so much, all of you. I would be honored to fight at your side. Ah, it's so cute. 2 bards, 2 black mages, 3 tanks. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We don't need no healer. Stay away from Reek when he's in his cups, side-eye. He swears a lot. I shall do my best to justify the faith you have shown in me, and to save my home. Someday, I hope we can visit it together. Dude, me too. Honestly, me too. I'd be so sick. Terra can heal, albeit with some difficulty. True. Friends indeed. Oh, is that it? No. I wanted a little more. Where does he sit? Hi, buddy. There's doubtless much I can learn from work as a bounty hunter, especially with Tainer as my guide. Thought it said friends in dead. Absolutely not. At loose ends, are you? You're welcome to loiter about here, if you intend to spend some coin while you're at it. Not that I'm grateful for the business you've brought in, mind. Not that I'm not grateful for the business you've brought in mind. The hunters are here even more often now that they're working together, and their accounts never go unsettled for long. They're a pain in the arse to serve, of course. Maybe I'll drop your name next time I need them to behave. Still, it's nice to feel like something grand is in motion again. Perhaps Ardbert rubbed off on me more than I had anticipated. Why do you know about Eden? Eden? And what should I know about that? Mitron, you're quite certain? And a girl bearing Logriff's soul. I thought I sensed something oddly umbral about the Crystarium of late. Ardbert meant to put an end to the whole business, but truth be told, I wouldn't mind retreading old memories a bit. It might be nice to share a pint with the girl, once she's of age, of course. As a matter of fact, do you think this Gaia would make a good waitress? No? Damn. Already trying to recruit her? Excuse you. As I mentioned, we never met in previous lives, or should I say, while we were properly alive. This never gets less confusing. In any case, we each fought to protect the 13th, but alone as we were, I can hardly say that I know the details of his efforts, only the regrets that we shared after. It wasn't too long before we went our separate ways to play our separate parts, yet here we are again, one last chance to walk the noble path together. Who can say? Oh, it's so cute. Can you find a TikTok voice? Oh my god, the fucking TikTok voice. Just finished the role quests for Shadowbringers. The capstone was so emotional. I hate the TikTok fucking voice. Anytime that there's a TikTok voice on a TikTok, I usually scroll away from it at this point. If you didn't know, the title you got from the first piece of the capstone quest is Living Memory. Oh, did I just get a title for that? Friend indeed? Oh no, I didn't. So Living Memory is the title that I got for doing all that. That's cool. Waitress Gaia will throw drinks in people's face. 100%. Okay, genuinely, I wanted to do some extremes tonight, but this is actually a good ending point. That capstone was quite a bit longer than I thought it was going to be. So we stare at beautiful Catboy. We stare at beautiful Catboy. Guys, get in here. Get in here so I can have you guys all here. Terra, please check your mail. It's a Mameshiba. I don't want it in my inventory. The minute somebody wants it, I'll pull it out and give it to them. Soakin' vid? Okay. I promise you guys Soakin' vid next week. Deal? If we're doing near raids, I don't think they'll be that emotional. So I promise you guys Soakin' raid next week. Deal? Shake on it? We're shaking. Soakin'. Soakin' talking about writing the soundtrack. Nier won't be emotional, yeah. So during Nier, we'll, okay? Okay? We'll watch Soakin'. Gaia will be a super-powered private investigator, obviously. Obviously. Dude, you just put that picture in my mind. I want to see Gaia in like a noir outfit. Like with the hat and everything. Ooh. Ooh, it would fit her so well. Have we made you watch Father of Light yet? No, you guys haven't. You haven't. We should like watch party that, really. All the boys posing for you? They're so cute. Jessica Jones in the first? Hell yeah. Oh, the near raids will or will not be emotional. It is you. You cry over a rock being kicked on the road when it comes to this game. Listen. I said this earlier. If I'm not between a 3 and a 7, crying. Forgive me. It's my nature. Guy and Reen doing good cop, bad cop investigations. Bro, that would be so good. I need this. I need this spin-off of their adventures. Where do they sit? Where do they hang out? Before we end stream, where do they hang out? Do they hang out anywhere? Or are they like Alpha and Omega and you see them in like cafes randomly? God, I wish. Oh, that would be so cute. After Nier, you do the raid where you spend 90% of the time running from boss to boss. The Far raid? Afterwards, you do the raid where you team up with Celine Dion. Wherever you are, raid. Near, far, wherever you are. Plot twist, guy is the good cop. Dude, I want to see Reen be the bad cop. Oh, unfortunately, I don't believe they're around anywhere. You looked quite hard to spot them. They're probably in cafes. I would love if they were in... What the hell just jumped up in front of me? Hi! Hi, little buddy! Did you want attention? Hi! Did you jump up in front of my camera? Oh, you did. You did, you excitable little chicken. That's so cute. You guys look like a boy band? Yeah, new boy band just dropped, honestly. Tara, I brought you something on Mog Station. Are you sure? Rando? I thought I checked that mail. Is that why you've been so insistent? Hang on, let's go check our mail. Let's go check our mail. So we need to go to Amaro launch. I feel like Reen would try so hard to be the bad cop, it would probably scare Gaia, and she'd have to talk her down. She's like, no, Gaia, I was just acting. It was just a prank. Oh, Rando, I'm so sorry. I forgot there's another tab of mail. So I looked and I saw this and I went, I already have this. I don't need this. And then I closed the mail and never looked back. It's this. It's, let's go! Rando, thank you! You heard me complaining. You heard me complaining about this hat. Oh. It's squeal! Look at it! We make it the nice red, my Dalamud red. Look at that, little bean! He's so cute. He's so cute. All right, straight into the glamour chest you go. Try the visor button? Are you kidding? You can have little ribbon. Obviously you put the ribbon on, right? Obviously you put the ribbon on. Is red your signature? I'm a red main. I'm a res main. Sorry, I'm a red mage main. So yeah. Blue actually is my signature, but blue mage is yet to come. On Blues days? Guys, Blues days? Blue mage content on Tuesdays? We could do Blues days. Just saying. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just putting that in the universe that Blues days could be a thing. Terra is a Ver flashbang main. Honestly true. Suddenly we have some blue mage swaps around us. I think he's trying to communicate with us. I think they're trying to communicate. I don't understand though. Effects turned off, it would be so much worse if effects were on. Should change the sub goal, because changing away from Potat is just going to make me a sad Terra with all this Potat focused fashion. You're right, Bear. You're right. The Ravana spell looks like Gundam style while the effects are off. Will Blues Days have any clues of the blue variety? Maybe we splash that in. Maybe we splash that in, Blackmore. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Yeah, we could change sub goal. We could change sub goal. I threw it there thinking of Bun Boy. You need to do Lala when we do a police cosplay. I want to be a Bun Boy, but I also want to be a Lala, but I don't want to roll an alt because I barely have time to play my main off stream. So you guys can't just be like, 5 head, just make an alt, Terra. Just make an alt. No, I need to have my main fully good. Gotta finish Endwalker as Popoto. Do I have to? All right, sub goal is now changed. Stay Potato for Endwalker. I am now deciding I'm changing to Bun Boy. Unless sub goal is... Could you imagine? Could you imagine if I did that? How unhinged. Terra, guess who's made? Still making a noob friendly cool D&D campaign. Ah, let's go. Gotta finish Endwalker as Popoto. Okay. Okay, I have to pee. We're raiding out. Non, thank you for the 10 gifted. What the fuck? If you got a gift sub, make sure to thank the gifter. Non, thank you so much for the 10. You've given so much today. You're like, Terra, it's payday soon. Get ready. And then you followed through. You wild bean. There's no need to stay or change. Only do what you feel like doing. Well, I have hard facts that there are several people looking forward to me finishing at least Endwalker as a Popoto. Know that I can never clean my face, though. Know that this dirt will forever be on my face, and there's nothing I can do about it. I could go to Jean Delaine, but I will not. That's so cute, Al. Bum, 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 bum. Popoto! Wait. I don't know how to spell. There we go. I have been cleansed. Good, you're just in time for a raid. Guys, I have to end stream. We're not live tomorrow. It's New Year's. I hope you guys all have cool plans. And if not, I'm sure there's gonna be lots of hella cool streamers to hang out with throughout New Year's. Don't you worry. I won't be here. I'm not cool enough to be here for New Year's. Have a good New Year's. This is the last stream of the year, you guys. Oh my God. Last stream of the year. Happy New Year, guys. Where am I sending you, though? Where am I sending you?
Sloppy.
I thought I saw Zeppela doing a long stream, but I feel like Zeppela's not live anymore. She's not. Sag. We could go Ponto. We could go Ponto, or in my recommended, I've seen this person a couple times. Can anyone speak for, oh, I'm gonna butcher their name. Spoffy? 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 I don't know how to say their name. S-P-O-F-I-E. Does anyone know them? Have any of you guys been in their channel at all? Long O. So Spoffy. Spoffy. Spoffy's a good person? Spoffy. And they're super soft. Aw. Like Sophie, but Spoffy. That's cute. Happy New Year, Terra. Happy New Year, all gamers. Love you. I love you guys too. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. Let's, should we? I'm scared. What are they doing? It looks like is that P7? I don't really care about the Pandemonium raids because it's not like they're doing the story. It's just like creatures. She's in spoiler stuff for you? But like I've seen people in like DSR, I've seen people in like P7, P8, and it's not really, like I don't know enough, right? So for me, it's not really spoiler. So I don't mind being in raiding streams. She's with Nest Raid Group. I don't know what Nest is. Spoffy has your vote? Let's go see Spoffy. Let's meet a new friend. Well, you guys know them, but let me meet a new friend. Nest as a whole is so great. What is Nest? See you all next year. Goodbye forever. I love you guys so much. They're pretty hilarious. Nest is it's a blind raid group. They make meme videos? Fuck it. That sounds like a hoot. A hoot, you might say. Okay, I love you guys so much. No stream tomorrow. Usually there would be, but not this week because New Year's. Back Tuesday. Probably doing near raids. What else? We'll watch the Soken video. I promise you. We'll watch it Tuesday. Okay? Yeah. We'll watch that. And cry. And then we'll do near. Love you guys so much. Please drink food, eat water, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do, and have an awesome New Year's. Spoil yourself a little bit, all right? Spoil yourself a little bit because y'all deserve it, because y'all cute as fuck. I love you, okay? Mwah. Bye. Bye. Crumb of MSQ? Maybe a crumb of MSQ. You guys have been good. You guys have been very good. Maybe a crumb. Love you. Bye. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Mwah. Bye. Oh my god, you guys grab raid message. Grab raid message. Oh my god. I'm a new streamer. Don't forgive me.